Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is 9:16 a.m. on Wednesday, April 12th, and we are conducting the roundtable virtually and streaming on our YouTube channel at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult and youth corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee will continue with our hearings in our review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following three agencies this morning. First, the Office of the Attorney General. Second, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. And third, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We will hear first from the Office of the Attorney General, or OAG. OAG is an independent agency charged with conducting the district's legal business. OAG represents the district in most civil litigation, prosecutes certain adult crimes and nearly all juvenile criminal matters, and represents the district in a variety of administrative hearings and other proceedings. In addition, OAG is responsible for providing legal advice to the mayor, the council, and various district agencies. The mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget allocates approximately $152 million for OAG, which reflects a 2.5% increase from the current fiscal year. The second agency on the agenda today will be the Office of Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. The Deputy Mayor is responsible for providing direction and support to and coordination of the district's public safety agencies to develop and lead interagency public safety initiatives to improve the quality of life in the district's neighborhoods. Deputy Mayor provides oversight of a number of critical agencies, including the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire and Emergency Management Services, and the Office of Unified Communications. The Deputy Mayor serves an especially important role in coordinating the district's various violence prevention initiatives and related programming, including the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. The mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget allocates approximately $11.25 million for the deputy mayor's office. This is a significant increase from FY 2023, but the vast majority of the increase comes from the proposed shift of the Safe Passage and Safe Blocks program from the deputy mayor for education to the deputy mayor for public safety and justice. I do have a number of questions about that proposed shift today. I'll also have questions for the acting deputy mayor about her office's view on the significant cuts that the proposed budget includes for violence interruption and victim services programs. Finally, we'll hear today from the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or ONSE. ONSE was launched in 2017 to create a public health-based, community-oriented model of violence prevention and public safety. ONSE was created based on the premise that the overwhelming majority of serious violent crime is committed by a relatively small group of people, and that by identifying and engaging these individuals, we can drastically reduce violent crime in our city. ONSE works towards that objective through several programs, including the Pathways program, which identifies individuals at highest risk of committing or being victims of violent crime and places them in a program that offers intensive job training and life training along with the jobs program. The Violence Intervention Initiative, which uses a community-focused approach to reduce violent crime through violence interrupters, community members who are able to identify interpersonal conflicts that might lead to violence and work to facilitate ceasefires and mediations. The mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget allocates approximately $30 million for ONSE, which reflects a 14% decrease from the current fiscal year. I know many of my colleagues have already expressed concerns about these cuts, although I understand the executive believes the agency can absorb them without drastic changes to its current operations. I am eager to hear from Director Harley Harper how she expects the agency's functions to be affected by these cuts. So I want to thank my colleague at-large Councilmember Robert White for joining us today, and I will turn to you for any opening statement you may have.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Pinto. Let me start off by saying how much I appreciate how you have come into this role. You have really spent a lot of time listening to communities, listening to various perspectives on these important but also really difficult issues. And I appreciate the leadership you've shown in this space. I am today looking forward to a discussion specifically around violence prevention programs at these agencies and the anticipated impact of the proposed budget for fiscal year 24. Homicides have been increasing in DC since 2018, and firearms are the leading cause of death among children and teens. The district's violence reduction programs are central to reducing violent crimes and making our city safer. So I'm concerned that the mayor has proposed decreasing investments in programs aimed at preventing violence before it happens. For the last few years, we've invested more in these programs, and we can't turn back now, even in a tight budget year. We need to continue to build the infrastructure for a violence prevention system rather than over-rely on a violence response system. In FY24, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement's budget is slated to decrease by 14.2% with a cut of 31 FTEs. This includes decreased investments in credible messengers, violence interrupters, the Pathways program, the Restorative Justice Training Project, Family and Survivor Support, and the School-Based Leadership Academy, which are all research-based strategies and integral to the district's plan to reduce gun violence and crime. I look forward to learning if and how these cuts will affect the agency's ability to expand programs. A couple weeks ago, at the budget briefing in the council chambers, the city administrator said that over the last 5 or 6 years, the district has been in a period of startup and innovation within our violence prevention programs. I agree, and I'm proud of these efforts, but it is now past time, I would say, to move beyond this startup stage. We have to get serious about collecting data, analyzing program outcomes, and determining which programs work to reduce crime. We have to be serious about growing and maturing programs that prevent crime rather than just responding to it after it happens. This means we have to collect data and study outcomes. It means we have to create career paths for those professionals so that these important jobs can pay bills. And it means we have to invest in training and professional development for violence interrupters whose job it is to prevent violent crime with the same level of seriousness as we train and develop police officers whose job it is to respond to crime. We need both roles to be excellent. 5 years in, the district isn't doing this, and our failure to mature these programs is part of why residents don't have more confidence in them. I also want to hear from the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement on their plans to improve coordination of all the programs and databases to avoid duplicative efforts or gaps in services. And on the topic of preventing crimes, we are in the midst of a mental health epidemic, and we don't have a pipeline of mental health professionals. When people who have been victims of violent crime and young people are seeing violence around them, don't have access to mental health professionals, we are less safe. I'm trying to solve for this pipeline issue by working with the University of the District of Columbia to create a free master's in social work program. UDC is ready to start this program for free for district residents and employees. The gap between allowing people from our communities to serve as mental health professionals in those communities is just about $1.2 million a year. This is a gap too small when we are in a crisis too deep for us to drop the ball here. I hope that the council can come together to cover this gap and our gap in violence prevention programs. Chairperson Pinto, thank you again. Attorney General and Deputy Mayor and Director Harley Harper. I look forward to hearing your testimonies and asking a few questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember White. Appreciate you being here this morning. All right, we are going to turn to our first agency on the agenda, the Office of the Attorney General, or OAG. We will start with public witnesses, and as a reminder, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. And for public witnesses awareness and for Attorney General's awareness, we have 14 public witnesses today, so we're going to have 2 panels of 7. So our first panel is going to be Alana Eichner from DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Rafael Lacayo, member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Christina Arib, member of DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Michael, Justice for All, Aaron Saadian, Well-Paid Maids, Elizabeth Falcon, DC Jobs with Justice, and Laura Brown, First Shift Justice Project. And Alana, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and get started. Thanks for being here.
Sure. Thanks so much, Councilmember Pinto. And before I start, would it be possible just to confirm how the interpretation for Rafael and Christina is going to be done? I know Akima had confirmed there's going to be interpretation, but I wasn't sure it's going to be consecutive or through that.
Yes, the audio pieces shouldn't affect the interpretation. It was just affecting the streaming on the council's channel 13. So we should be able to hear you on Zoom. And this is what's going to be streamed on our YouTube channel. In terms of consecutive, usually if you want to just do like, a couple of sentences and then have the interpreter translate, and we'll make sure to give extra time so that that's built in.
Awesome. I'm just going to let Christina know that in Spanish, if that's okay. Christina, la interpretación va a ser consecutiva. So, cuando es tu turno, vas a necesitar tomar algunas pausas después de cada una o dos frases, ¿sí? Okay. All right. Voy a dar mi testimonio ahora. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good morning to you, to Councilmember White, to the Attorney General. Like you said, my name is Alana Eichner. I live in Ward 1. I'm the co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and I'm excited to be here to testify about the critical role that the OAG has in the implementation of the recently passed Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, and about the need for the council to invest $300,000 in FY24 for this committee to invest $300,000 in the next fiscal year to make the implementation of this law real. I know you know, Councilmember Pinto, the real challenges that domestic workers face on the job, from a lack of HR department for someone to go to, harassment, wage theft, and that's why the group of domestic workers all the way back in 2018 started asking the council for a legislative solution that would address their exclusion from basic workplace rights in our city and give them new rights so they could work under more safe and more fair conditions. We're talking about nannies, we're talking about house cleaners, home care workers, and we were so excited to see this transformational law pass at the end of the council period last year in December 2022. The Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, that you hear us call the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights. It became a law officially in mid-March after passing congressional review, and we really, really are grateful that you supported this every step of the way, and that every single colleague of yours in the council voted in favor of this law as well. We remember many times walking through the Wilson building week after week last year, and whenever we talked to your staff, they would tell us how strongly in support you were of this. And sometimes when we ran into you, I remember that our members would still talk about that experience because they could tell how much you were with them in their fight for dignified working conditions. And so we're calling on you again to be a champion of this workforce that's really too long been made invisible. I'm here with Rafael and Christina, two of our members, because we really need this law to be real in the lives of domestic workers and not just on paper. The law was written subject to appropriations, and so the critical provisions are not going to go into effect unless they're funded. And I remember when the bill was passed, so many council members spoke passionately about the importance of this law. I know they didn't intend for it to be just symbolic or only on paper, that they really wanted domestic workers to have these rights, and that for that to happen, the council needs to allocate new funding. Not a huge amount, but needs to allocate new funding. I do understand that the budget is tight this year, but we're asking this committee for just $300,000 in a total budget of $20 billion. And so we're hoping that it can't be impossible to find that small sum for this critical group of 9,000 essential workers, the majority of whom are women of color and immigrant women. Funding is needed not just because the bill is written subject to appropriations, but because protecting domestic workers' rights specifically will be a new body of work for the Attorney General's office, and they need dedicated capacity focused on this issue. OAG really has a pivotal role in ensuring the success of this law's implementation because they will house the Domestic Worker Outreach and Education Grant Program. And that program is really the centerpiece of the law, and it's essential to making sure that the rights of the bill are not just on paper, but domestic workers know about them and can access them. It's a real challenge to ensure people know their rights, particularly in private homes. And there are various barriers to making sure communities that are primarily immigrant, low-wage workers, or non-native English speakers know their rights. And so this is why this model of a program in collaboration with community-based groups has worked so successfully for domestic workers in other jurisdictions around the country. The Attorney General's office now currently operates a workplace justice grant program and does a great job, but the capacity for that program is already reaching other populations of vulnerable low-wage workers, and so that money can't be diverted to domestic workers without leaving a population of vulnerable workers kind of out to dry with outreach and education. And this law is new, it's going to be in its first year of implementation, so there's really a need for new public outreach and education. And just to say that the capacity within the landscape of community-based organizations in DC to do outreach to domestic workers as well as domestic employers and provide legal support doesn't exist at scale currently among community-based organizations. And that's why new funding is needed so those organizations can increase their capacity to do this education and outreach that the statute mandates. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'll just close by saying that the district really took a huge step forward to making DC a more dignified and safe place for domestic workers last year. And when this law has been implemented in collaboration with community groups and with funding similar laws in other places, it's really been quite transformative. So we hope that you can invest the necessary resources to realize the transformational possibility of this law here in the district. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Alana, and for your consistent advocacy. I'm going to have some questions for you at the end of this panel. Next, we will hear from Rafael Lacayo, member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. And we're going to just put 6 minutes on the clock so that there's double the time for the interpretation.
Rafael, la interpretación va a ser consecutiva, si puedes tomar la pausa después de cada una de las frases.
Okay. ¿Puedo comenzar?
Estamos listos.
Ok. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Rafael Lacayo y miembro de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar.
Good morning. My name is Rafael Lacayo, and I am a member of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Y parte de los muchos trabajadores del hogar que impulsó la Carta de Derechos que hoy día venimos a pedir sus buenos oficios para la implementación de la misma.
And I form part of the group that really pushed for the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights. And that is what we are here. I am here today to promote. Thank you.
Desde hace 3 años he trabajado en el cuidado de un adulto mayor y también trabajo con mi esposa en la limpieza de hogares privados.
For the past 3 years now, I've been working in the care of one elderly adult, and I also work alongside my wife cleaning private homes.
Esto es a raíz de perder mi trabajo en la pandemia y salir adelante en lo que implica sostener mi hogar.
I did so in light of the pandemic and in an effort to, make ends meet.
A lo cual ahora me siento orgulloso de desempeñar este digno y valioso trabajo y de llevar el sustento a mi familia.
And now I've come to be very proud of doing this very dignified and valuable work in order to support my family.
Muchas veces encontramos desafíos en nuestro trabajo a lo cual nos exponemos cuando manipulamos químicos tóxicos que dañan nuestra salud.
Many times we are faced with challenges in this line of work. For example, when we are exposed to toxic chemicals that are harmful to our health.
De la misma manera, también ocurren accidentes inesperados, lo cual necesitamos educación para la protección y seguridad nuestra.
Likewise, we experience unexpected accidents, and for this reason, we need training in order to protect ourselves and to maintain our safety.
En este momento no sabemos cómo presentar una queja ante el Departamento de Empleo en caso de una violación de nuestros derechos en el trabajo.
Currently, we don't know how to submit a complaint to the Department of Employee Services in the event of of human rights or rights violation in our place of work.
Y muchos trabajadores del hogar no saben cómo pedir a sus empleadores un contrato por escrito.
And currently, many workers do not know how to ask their boss for a written contract.
Para todo esto necesitamos educación, y la mejor manera para hacer esta educación es a través de las organizaciones en la comunidad con las que las trabajadoras del hogar ya están conectadas.
And the best way to achieve this is through education. We need education, we need training, and the best way to do so is through the community organizations with whom the NDWA is already linked.
Esta es exactamente la razón por la que la Carta de Derechos crea un programa en la Oficina del Fiscal General para dar dinero a los grupos comunitarios para garantizar que los trabajadores tengan acceso a sus derechos.
And this is precisely the reason why the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights must have a place in legislation so that money can be allocated to the community groups in order to guarantee that workers have access to their rights.
Pero este programa necesita dinero. Le pedimos que ponga $300,000 en el presupuesto para que las organizaciones tengan la capacidad de hacer alcance a todas las trabajadoras del hogar en la comunidad como yo y dar ayuda necesaria para que las trabajadoras conozcan sus derechos y obtengan ayuda y así no se les viole sus derechos.
However, this program needs funding, and that is why we are here asking for that $300,000 be allocated within the budget so that organizations can reach all of the workers in the community like myself, and so that workers can access and exercise their rights and respond in terms of violations of their rights.
Estuve ahí en diciembre pasado cuando todos los miembros del Consejo de DC, incluido usted, votaron a favor de esta ley. Sé que usted y sus colegas no pretendieron que esta ley quedara solo en el papel, sino que fuera real en la vida de las trabajadoras del hogar.
I was there last December when all of the council members, including yourself, voted in favor of this law. And I know that you and your colleagues don't want this law to just remain on paper. It needs to be become a reality for the workers in their lives.
Pero todo esto no será real sin este presupuesto de dinero. Por favor, concejal, contamos con usted para defender a los trabajadores del hogar una vez más y poner el dinero en el presupuesto para que esta carta, para esta carta de derechos. Muchas gracias, concejal Pinto, por su atención y la oportunidad para testificar hoy día. Pasen muy buenas tardes.
However, we need, if this is to become a reality, the funding needs to be included in the budget. So that is why I ask you, Councilwoman, to help protect the workers and allocate money to this Bill of Rights. Thank you so much, Councilwoman and council members, for your attention and the opportunity to testify today, and have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. We are next going to hear from Christina Uribe, member of the DC chapter of the Domestic Workers Alliance. And I understand similarly we'll need interpretation, so we'll put 6 minutes on the clock as well. And if we could try to...
Cristina, estás en mudo. Estás en mudo.
Ok. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Cristina Uribe y soy miembro del capítulo de DC de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar.
Good morning. My name is Cristina Uribe, and I am a member of the chapter of the Domestic Workers Alliance.
Fui una de las muchas trabajadoras del hogar que luchó durante los últimos 4 años para aprobar una carta de derechos para nosotras.
I am one of many domestic workers that for the past 4 years have joined this fight to pass this Bill of Rights.
He sido una orgullosa trabajadora del hogar como limpiadora de casas por más de 5 años.
And I am a proud domestic worker with over 5 years of experience cleaning homes.
Cada día yo voy a la casa de mis patrones y dejo sus casas muy limpias, ordenadas, oliendo rico y desinfectadas.
Each day I go to work and I leave the places that I work, those homes clean, disinfected, feeling and smelling nice.
Para que ellos al llegar de sus trabajos o escuelas puedan tener un ambiente agradable donde puedan compartir hermosos momentos en familia y no estar estresados con la limpieza y el desorden.
So that when they get home from their busy schedules, they can be in an environment that's clean and relaxing and beautiful, so that they can share beautiful moments together without having to worry about chaos or disorder.
Sin embargo, nuestro trabajo no es fácil. Es duro. Con los años uno siente los efectos. Empiezan a surgir enfermedades como la artritis, la cual padezco.
However, this work is hard on the body, and after years of experience, we do experience health issues. For example, myself having arthritis.
Producto del enorme esfuerzo, de los líquidos que usamos, del peso que cargamos y tantas otras enfermedades que he visto en mis compañeras.
And these are effects of some of the weight that we carry, the hard work that we do, the chemicals that we come in contact with. And I see this not just in myself, but in my coworkers.
Y justamente estoy aquí hoy por eso, porque la oficina del fiscal general tiene un papel importante en la implementación de esta ley histórica que ya hemos ganado.
And that's why I'm here today. The Attorney General's office has the opportunity to continue implementing these demands so that we can continue working in a safe environment.
La oficina necesita nuevos fondos en el presupuesto de este año para hacer real en la vida de las trabajadoras del hogar.
the office needs more funds, more money in order to make these demands like a reality in domestic workers' lives.
Específicamente, le pedimos que pongan $300,000 en el presupuesto de la Oficina del Fiscal General para el nuevo programa.
Specifically, we are asking that $300,000 be put into this budget specifically for our programs.
Que les dará dinero a la organización comunitaria para que eduque y alcance a las trabajadoras del hogar sobre esta nueva ley.
So that it will put money into these organizations who then go on to educate and reach our community and our domestic workers to know about this, their rights as workers.
En mi país de origen fui maestra por más de 20 años y por ello sé de la importancia de la educación en este proceso de implementar esta ley.
In my own country, I was a teacher for 20 years, so I understand the importance that education has in the implementation of these programs.
Y la educación de calidad, como todos sabemos, cuesta.
And we know that quality education costs money.
Necesitaremos que cada trabajador del hogar tenga un contrato con su empleador. Y por eso los trabajadores del hogar necesitan saber cosas como solicitar un contrato a sus empleadores.
And we need each domestic worker to have contracts. And in order to have these contracts, they need to know how to negotiate, how to ask for these contracts.
La mayoría de los trabajadores del hogar no saben estas cosas ahora.
And the majority of domestic workers do not know these things as of now.
Sobre los derechos de las trabajadoras del hogar, necesitamos que la información esté en muchos idiomas y sea fácil de usar para cualquiera.
When we're talking about how to proliferate the information about the workers' right, we need to consider writing it in many languages in a way that people can be reached and understand.
Incluidas las personas que no tienen muchas habilidades tecnológicas. Necesitamos ser educadas en el procedimiento de cómo presentar una queja ante el gobierno si experimento una violación de mis derechos en el trabajo.
And we need to understand as well technological advances and how to use technology in order that we know how to put forth a complaint, for example, if our human rights or our rights as workers are violated.
Se necesita también educar a nuestras compañeras acerca de que no deben tener miedo por su estatus migratorio.
We also need to be able to educate our domestic workers about not having fear when putting forth complaints because of their immigration status.
Es por eso que es mejor que esta educación y divulgación provenga de organizaciones de la comunidad en las que las trabajadoras del hogar ya confían.
And that is why it is important to pass this information in a way that's accessible, but through these community organizations, which are already trusted by our domestic workers community.
Porque muchas trabajadoras del hogar tienen miedo de hablar con alguien, especialmente con una agencia gubernamental, porque están preocupadas por su estatus migratorio.
Because many of the domestic workers are afraid sometimes to speak to someone representing a governmental agency for fear of immigration issues.
Luchamos durante
And
mucho
excuse me, sorry, just gonna ask if we can summarize the end because we're a bit over time.
Pide que por favor podríamos hacer como un sumario
Sí.
por el tiempo.
Ya,
Gracias.
no se preocupe.
Of course, thank you.
Luchamos durante muchos años para ganar esta ley, pero tan importante como fue aprobarla es implementarla, aterrizarla y hacerla realidad.
We have fought for many years to pass this important law, but just as important is to be able to have the means to implement it and really land it.
Estamos vigilantes, confiamos en ustedes, en sus conocimientos y sobre todo en su buena voluntad para hacer que nuestra Carta de Derechos sea aterrizada, viabilizada y respetada. Gracias.
And we are vigilant to see how this plays out. We trust you. We trust in your knowledge and your intention to, like I said, really land this and make sure that it's implemented and passed, this Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. Next, we will hear from Erin Saidian from Well-Paid Maids. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah, Sayedian, it's close enough. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you to Councilmember Pinto for having me. I'm Aaron. I'm the founder and owner of Well-Paid Maids. We're a living wage home cleaning company in the DC area. Obviously, I've dealt with the cleaning industry and our competitors firsthand. It is a dirty industry. It does need to be cleaned up. That's why the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights is so important. And that's why I'm here today, to make sure that it happens, because it can't happen without funding. And also so that folks know about the law, both employers and employees, and are able to use it to their advantage. And so, as an employer, I've seen firsthand how employees are often completely unaware of what rights they're entitled to, what status they have as workers, what programs are available for them to access. Since starting my business around 5 years ago, I've had to educate people on whether or not they themselves are a contractor versus an employee, how to use private health insurance, how to navigate DC HealthLink, what COBRA is, how to use unemployment insurance, and now how to access paid family and medical leave. So, we're happy to do that at Well-Paid Maids. Not every employer is like that. And certainly folks employing people in their own homes, the prime audience for this new law, they're not equipped to do this kind of work. There's no break room to throw the labor poster up in and answer questions. So, I am concerned that the kind of social work and public communications that's going to be necessary for domestic workers to understand their rights and flex their muscles under this new law are not going to happen without community funding to those groups with the $300,000 grant. My employees and I have had a great experience, speaking of it, with DC's paid family medical leave program. And a big part of that is due to the outreach that the Office of Paid Family Leave has been able to perform, as well as the superior customer service office that they've stood up. And so based on that experience, where, the law is great, but you need a concomitant office to, be the custodian of it and to help people use it, I do urge that the $300K intended for community outreach is allocated so that employers and employees are going to have a chance to learn about and use the law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Falcon from DC Jobs with Justice.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Falcon, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice is a 30-member coalition made up of labor, community, and faith-based organizations. Together, we are dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of working people and supporting the community struggles for a more just society. We are current recipients of the Workplace Rights Grants Program from the Office of the Attorney General. The OAG was funded to provide the workplace rights grants in fiscal year 22. The OAG was chosen as a recipient of the expanded grant program because of the tireless commitment this office has to workplace rights. The OAG has launched more than 75 investigations and recovered $7 million for workers and the district by bringing investigations and lawsuits against employers who violate the law. Previous to our role as a grant recipient, we have had an invaluable relationship with this office. They are diligent in taking on high-value cases which protect workers and make them whole, and they are thoughtful thought partners with us and other community organizations with an open door and a willingness to answer questions or brainstorm solutions. DC Jobs with Justice was a sub-grantee of the FY22 Workplace Grants Program and a direct recipient of the 2023 funding, which is the current fiscal year. As a result, we have experienced the success of partnering with OAG on this type of work firsthand. The staff from both the program and grants administration side have been very supportive and very helpful in the wrinkles that challenge any new program. And in year 2 of the grant, these wrinkles have been ironed out. Additionally, without this funding, we might not be able to focus on workplace outreach at all. Before the funding became available, I was considering significantly scaling back our programmatic work, addressing the public education enforcement and compliance of DC's labor laws, because as an organization, we did not receive sufficient funding to address the scale of the problem in a meaningful way. Instead, this year we are on track to reach our goals, which include 17,000 people reached through in-person and digital outreach, 20 trainings providing provided to workers and residents, and an array of cultural and community events to ensure workers are well informed and violations are addressed. I share this to express the value of the current program and to address an area where this funding is critically needed. As you've already heard, the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights was allocated no funding in the mayor's proposed budget. It is now up to this committee to ensure that the domestic workers that this council unanimously supported are able to access the protections under the law. The $300,000 needed to make this program whole in this committee is relatively small, but will have huge impacts on the experiences of those it is designed to protect. The process of funding outreach grants along with passing new laws should be a model for all other new resident and worker protections, because community-based partnerships are best practice in the implementation of new laws. We work closely with Rutgers and other academics in terms of effective labor law enforcement in this area. The outreach funding within the OAG is critical to making sure that the workers who are now covered by this law are actually able to experience these benefits. Domestic workers in particular need this targeted outreach because they work in private homes. This grant program is the primary mechanism by which workers will know their rights and receive support, and also an important piece of the puzzle for employers to know their roles. Over the last 6 years, I've worked at DC Jobs with Justice. I've seen the unfortunate gap between the laws we have in our books and the actual experiences of our neighbors. For this reason, there is funding in DHCD to inform tenants of their rights through community organization. There are school navigators. There's a workplace rights grants program at the OAG, just to name a few. Informing our communities about their rights is critical. Our laws are meaningless without a well-informed and supported public who can truly exercise their rights and protections in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we're counting on your leadership to ensure the OAG is funded with the $300,000 needed to launch this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Appreciate that. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Laura Brown from First Shift Justice Project.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY24 proposed budget for the Office of the Attorney General. My name is Laura Brown. I'm the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project, a DC-based legal services program that supports working mothers and other family caregivers in enforcing their rights at work in order to maintain their employment. I live in Ward 6. I'm testifying today to say thank you and to call your attention to the importance of funding the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, which was passed by Council in December 2022. First, the thank you. Last year, First Shift Justice Project became a grantee of the OAG's Workplace Rights Grant Program to provide legal education, advice, and representation to DC workers and to train medical providers regarding the Protecting Pregnant Worker Fairness Act, the DC Family Medical Leave Act, and the DC Universal Paid Leave Amendment Act. It has been a game changer, especially in terms of our ability to reach the workers that we are trying to serve. In 2022, First Shift provided direct legal services to 125 clients, the majority coming from wards 5 and 7. This year in the first quarter, after doing a lot more outreach, we've already served 77. Since May 2022, when we received the funding, we've given 27 presentations to pregnant workers, new parents, medical providers, and staff of community-based organizations in DC about workplace rights. Our bilingual Spanish-English paralegal, who started in September 2022, specifically focuses on assisting workers who need help applying for paid family leave benefits. We continue to be the only legal services provider in the city to focus exclusively on pregnancy and caregiving issues related to employment. These are laws for which medical providers, employers, and workers have a significant lack of understanding, the consequences of which is frequently job loss. Regarding DC's paid family leave program, there continue to be obstacles to the receipt of benefits for DC workers who need them, including access to job-protected leave, the coordination of benefits, and medical provider documentation. Human resources departments are ill-equipped to provide adequate guidance to workers, especially workers who are limited English proficient. First Shift is glad that it can be available not only to bring claims where the law has been violated, but also to shepherd workers through the process of applying for benefits so that the promise of the law can be fulfilled. We are eager to continue to do this work to help more DC workers and grateful that this grant program has been fully funded for FY24. Second, I would like to direct your attention to the issue of funding for the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, which was passed in the DC Council's last legislative session in December 2022, after over 4 years of effort by the National Domestic Workers Alliance and a coalition of supporters, including First Shift Justice Project. The law protects domestic workers from employment discrimination by including them in the DC Human Rights Act. It includes domestic workers in the coverage of DC's occupational safety and health law and requires a written contract between domestic workers and the households they work for. It also provides funding for community groups to educate domestic workers and household employers about these new protections. My understanding is that the law was passed too late in the year to be included in the appropriate agency budgets, including OAG. And it is now up to the council to see that it gets funded so that it can go into effect as scheduled in October 2023. Money needs to be included in the OAG budget to go towards the establishment of a grant program intended to fund community groups to do education. Similar to the laws within First Shift's scope, this law won't work without community-based organizations to support its enforcement. Domestic workers are isolated because they work by themselves in private households. Many weren't born in the US and English is not their first language. In addition, household employers often don't see themselves as traditional employers. Without community groups to educate both parties about their rights and responsibilities, the law will be ignored. Without funding, the provisions of the law will not go into effect. The DC chapter of the Domestic Workers Alliance recommends that $300,000 be included in the OAG budget for FY24, and First Shift supports this recommendation. Currently, no local community-based organizations have the capacity to take on the work of conducting outreach, education, and legal enforcement for this law and fill the need for tailored programming that addresses the unique circumstances of domestic work. Thank you for considering this request. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Laura. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I really appreciate the conversation and the importance of making sure that the law, now that we've got it passed, that it's actually effective. And this can really go to anybody, but Alana, it seemed like you were talking about kind of two uses for the funding, about the need to ensure the Attorney General's office can actually bring these cases and carry out the implementation function, but also the second need to provide funding to educate. And can you speak to, if I'm understanding correctly, that you need this funds for these funds for both of those purposes?
Yeah. My understanding is that the primary role that the Attorney General's office would have in enforcing this law would be the education and outreach program, and that primarily if a worker, but Laura or Elizabeth should jump in and correct me, but the place that a worker would likely bring a claim would be to the Office of Human Rights if it's a violation of the human rights part of the bill, or the Department of Employment Services, for instance, if it's a violation of the contract provision, but that the actual education that will help a worker know how to do either of those things will be through this program that the statute says is housed at OAG. So I think it's really the outreach and education that OAG has responsibility for in this law, but I think at least in NDWA, we talk about outreach and education as the primary enforcement mechanism, because when workers know their rights, they can access them. And that's what we mean by enforcement. We talk about kind of co-enforcement, because community groups will help the OAG and other government entities do that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. And that kind of, most of you talked about the need for this additional outreach and education in part because of the decentralized nature of this work. But because it is so decentralized, how do you envision that outreach to work effectively to reach as many people as possible?
My experience is that the best way to reach domestic workers is other domestic workers. Like most domestic workers have a community of folks they know who do this work, and organizations like the National Domestic Workers Alliance already have a base of workers here in the district. They're our best outreach and education ambassadors, and there's been similar programs in other places that have worked really well, where domestic workers themselves are trained and empowered of how to reach other workers in the community. So how to go out and find people. I mean, very simply, like going to a park or a library during story time because nannies are there, and asking them if they know about this new law and giving them a flyer with information about it in English and Spanish. Domestic workers who are home care workers meet other home care workers at the agency when they go pick up their check, and there they can do outreach there. So things like that, thinking about where domestic workers are in the community, and then having workers who are like them, who speak their language and are trained how to do outreach, be the ambassadors of the information, is the most effective way I've seen this outreach be done.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody else have anything else to add about how these dollars will be spent most effectively in educating as many people as possible?
Sorry,
I guess I just want to say, sorry if she's getting off mute. Yeah, unfortunately, like we have not seen DOES do significant outreach on new laws or existing laws. Like you could imagine an environment where you would see the new number for the minimum wage plastered everywhere on July 1st, since our minimum wage goes up every year on July 1st. And that's not our experience. And so given that we don't expect that there will be kind of widespread public education, which honestly for this law might not be as relevant. It targets a much smaller subset of the workforce than the minimum wage does, or the paid family leave program. But even for widespread programs, we don't see that. And so it is really important that these grant programs, which allow for, you know, the right tool for the right population, are used.
I'm so sorry. May I add one more thing, council member?
Yes.
Currently, our organization has experience reaching domestic workers in some of the ways that I've mentioned at the park. We go to the bus station at Friendship Heights and people are taking the bus back home. So we know where to find domestic workers. We don't have the capacity to reach them in a broader way, but there are also, and that's why we're asking for the funding, but there are also organizations that already are trained and know how to reach employers as well. And they'll reach employers in different places than reaching domestic workers. So for instance, there's a group called Hand in Hand that does a lot of public outreach to domestic employers, and they go to faith communities and schools and other places where they know they're likely to reach someone who employs a domestic worker. So I think the expertise about where to reach people in the community who need this information is there, just the capacity to do so at scale doesn't exist.
Got it. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your testimony today and your continued advocacy. We are going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. We will have Roger Marmette, Peace for DC, Bill Mefford, the Festival Center, Pastor Dexter Newtall, New Bethany Baptist Church, Claire Follender, employer of domestic workers, and Dean Hunter, CEO of Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association. Give you all a moment to get on here. And Roger, if you are ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, Mr. Attorney General. My name is Roger Marmette. I'm the founder of Peace for DC, an organization dedicated to bringing private philanthropic dollars to the strategic evidence-based reduction of violence here in the district. We are also the funders of the DC Peace Academy, launched in partnership with 10 community-based organizations who provide violence intervention in now 37 communities under contract to the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. So far in 2023, DC has had 58 homicides. This is the highest year-to-date number the district has seen in 20 years. Hospital visits for gunshot injuries are also at record levels. Since 2017, emergency departments have treated 95% more patients. And the numbers that we've seen in February and March of 2023 are like the summer peaks that we used to enjoy seeing only in the summer. And in March, our hospitals treated 122 gunshot injuries almost as high as last year's 132 treated in August. Emergency room doctors at MedStar described the situation as worse than some of them saw in Afghanistan. We are in crisis. The Office of the Attorney General has demonstrated a commitment to providing a voice for the most marginalized and underserved in the district. This budget season, the most marginalized and underserved are the victims and survivors of violence. From the perspective of all of us who have had loved ones taken by gun violence, now is not the time to reduce funding for these vital services. And as the executive is gutting both victim services and violence intervention, we believe the council and the Attorney General will have to help right the ship. Cure the Streets within the Office of the Attorney General is vital to the success of DC's community violence intervention efforts. And the CURE program, while not perfect, is getting demonstrable results. In the 10 neighborhoods where CURE is in place, year to date, homicides are down 17% and gun assaults are down 22%, while the city is up 12% on those two measures. These are real and meaningful numbers, and we can debate causation, but I'm here to say that the correlation is clear. CURE is a strong model that needs support. This year, from a budget perspective, it makes no sense that already committed ARPA dollars were removed from 4 CURE sites. But it's our understanding that the Attorney General will replace the $3.3 million with additional resources from the Litigation Support Fund. I'm here to encourage the council to not only allow the Office of the Attorney General to increase the funding from the support fund, but to also go deeper with the flexibility to provide more in victim services. Reducing violence is foundational to advancing every other issue we face as a city. Now is not the time to reduce spending on healing trauma or saving lives. We have more victims, we need more victim services. We have more shootings, we need more and deeper interventions to reach those individuals. We are grateful for the partnership from the Office of the Attorney General. This year, we need to get this right. We have independent evaluation being launched from Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland. We need to continue our investments and allow the Attorney General to get the extra resources to building partnerships, proven solutions. I appreciate you hearing my testimony, and for the council and the Attorney General's role in helping us solve this crisis.
Thank you so much, Roger. Really appreciate your leadership, your work in this space. Next, we will hear from Bill Mefford from the Festival Center.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, Attorney General Shaw, and all the committee members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Bill Mefford. I'm the Executive Director of the Festival Center located in Ward 1, but serving all of DC. We are a faith-based community center offering affordable housing to nonprofits and justice-seeking organizations in DC, as well as training and mobilizing efforts for faith leaders. I'm proud to say that in 2022, I joined dozens of other faith leaders from across Washington, DC in support of the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights. We signed letters and petitions, we marched and prayed, we testified in front of the DC Council, and we rallied repeatedly, all the while following the lead of domestic workers themselves who led the charge for their basic civil and human rights to be protected while they work in people's homes. The passage of the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights, something I'm deeply grateful you stood strongly for, was an enormous victory, first and foremost for domestic workers. But the victory has been a huge encouragement to faith leaders across the city who I've spoken with as well. These are faith leaders who daily struggle for justice and various issues and causes, and this victory affirms for all of us that struggling alongside those directly impacted by injustice can bring about real and needed change. However, all that work will ultimately mean nothing unless the bill is implemented, and it cannot be implemented unless it is fully funded. Overall, this law needs $912,000 in fiscal year 2024 to be effectively implemented, which includes $300,000 for the Office of the Attorney General. Specifically, regarding the funding for OAG, the full amount of $300,000 is necessary in order to fulfill what the law mandates, that legal guidance be given to domestic workers and employers about domestic worker rights, especially when workers' rights have been violated. While community organizations, especially that was talked about in the last panel, can do and frankly have done much to educate domestic workers about their rights, the full amount of the allocated funds is needed to ensure that community-based outreach about this new law reaches both domestic workers and employers. And I would point out that faith communities can play a part in this as well. The education needs to cover a number of issues that include worker contracts, healthy and safe working environments in private homes, wage and hour laws, as well as legal expertise about domestic worker rights. For a full and robust implementation of this law, we need full funding. I know that governing means making choices about the city's budget. I want to strongly encourage you and other members of this committee to prioritize funding for opportunities such as implementing this law that invest in local communities rather than focusing on policies that police and incarcerate local communities. Any system of justice that is authentically just will be evidenced by societal healing. As a person of faith, I believe that responding to things like crime through force and incarceration will not bring peace or healing. Instead, that only perpetuates more harm. Instead, I hope you and the council will prioritize investing in local communities, starting with fully funding this law so that the rights of domestic workers are fully protected and we can continue to move towards genuine healing in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Pastor Dexter Nuttall from New Bethel Baptist Church.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Pinto and other council members who may be present. Good morning, Attorney General Schwab. I'm Dexter Nuttall, pastor of the historic New Bethel Baptist Church, which for over 120 years has been investing in the Shaw community. New Bethel is responsible for the majority of the affordable housing that exists in Shaw, including the Foster House, which was developed by the New Bethel Baptist Church Housing Corporation after the riots as a result of the killing of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Shaw was rebuilt under the leadership of Reverend Walter Fontroy, who was my predecessor, who grew up in Shaw, was an author of DC Home Rule Charter, was the first congressperson for the District of Columbia, and who pastored New Bethel itself for 50 years. And despite this history, the city has and will continue to unnecessarily lose affordable housing in Shaw, documented as the fastest gentrifying zip code in the country and the community which our church serves. This is because there is an affordable housing system in our city that preys on Black churches to make a handful of people rich and preventing affordable housing for those that need it most. Those actors who benefit from our pain are part of a predatory process and use any means necessary to ensure that they get to dictate the future of our neighborhoods and our communities. I am here today because instead of protecting us from these bad actors, the DC Office of the Attorney General has become part of that scheme. For the last 10 years, we have done right by our community and our residents and made every effort to provide our residents, who are not just affordable, but deeply affordable, with new housing in the Foster House. Yet OAG has weaponized DC receivership law and the locally funded receivership abatement fund to destroy the mission of affordable housing and the existence of our housing corporation and our church. Foster House was built over 50 years ago and has existed long past its useful life as prescribed by system manufacturers and building technology. The building has been a project-based Section 8 project for its entire existence. Our plan was to work with HUD to build a new Class A foster house, providing deeply affordable residents with the same conveniences as our new, rich, mostly white neighbors. And for years, we attempted to redevelop foster house only to have those efforts blocked by housing advocates and tenants using TOPA. In 2018, we decided to try again to revitalize foster house. We developed a plan that required no subsidy from the city. In 2020, the prior Attorney General contacted us at the behest of affordable housing advocates to inquire about plans for foster house. We provided those plans. OAG knew that we had a well-documented plan to maintain affordability at the site, while also temporarily relocating the tenants, the current tenants, and returning them to a redeveloped foster house. We felt it important that we work with a minority developer who understood the changing needs of our community. OAG knew we had a minority developer. We had secured the appropriate agreements and financing, which OAG also knew. OAG knew that we were delayed by the COVID emergency order from starting relocation. And when our plans did not align with white housing advocates who had interfered with our project, OAG disregarded our cooperation, and instead of helping move the project forward, they canceled meetings and went silent. Then they bullied us by filing frivolous receivership action. This is not the way you treat an institution that has poured blood, sweat, tears, and money into this neighborhood. We now have been in litigation for close to 3 years. The litigation has stopped cold the desperately needed affordable housing from being built. We have been hemorrhaging money, paying legal fees, and now we are strained to maintain the building. OAG's receivership lawsuit is one of 3 lawsuits that we are currently defending, the other 2 being tenant TOPA lawsuits. At the time the receivership lawsuit was filed, we had defeated the first frivolous tenant TOPA lawsuit. Tenant advocates used their white shoe law firms to appeal. We also gave the tenants the opportunity to purchase the building under TOPA, but their response was to file a second tenant lawsuit. So in addition to maintaining a failing building through COVID, the church has spent well over $1 million in legal fees, even when courts have already ruled in our favor. These are funds that could have been used to meet what the city says is its greatest need, affordable housing. The city has spent boatloads of taxpayer money prosecuting this case. OAG had an opportunity to be part of a solution. They could have facilitated a tenant purchase. They could have advocated for tenant cooperation to relocate so we could increase affordability and return the tenants to the property. Instead, OAG has taken a scorched earth approach using the people's money, producing no new units and bankrupting a cornerstone DC institution. Now OAG has suggested that the financial ruin which they have driven the church to can be resolved with a receivership abatement fund. In effect, they want to finance the patching of a building that is documented to be failing and beyond its useful life. They want to take more taxpayer dollars and use it to tape together an obsolete building for tenants who are using this process to extort us for 6 figures in dollars per unit. These are tenants who, as a result of us having to cancel a HUD-HAP contract, are in a relocation process that has already started. The only reason to do this is to bankrupt the church so that a handful of tenants and activist lawyers can have a payday. The question is—
Pastor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're a bit over time, so I'm gonna ask you to summarize it all. I'll come back to you and ask you a question.
I would appreciate that. The question is, how much money has been spent in executing this plan? As a Black church, a single asset entity, we will now have to convert foster house to full market because the economics of the project can no longer support affordability at this site. And so this is why Black churches feel like there is no place for us in this new DC. We believe an immediate audit of the receivership abatement fund is appropriate and would ask this committee to order such. And additionally, I pray that this committee would watch carefully and protect against the use of city money and resources and weaponizing process to advance agendas that are inconsistent with community needs and stakeholders. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share.
Thank you, Pastor. Come back to you at the end of this panel.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Claire Fallender, from employer of domestic workers.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, other members of the committee, Attorney General Schwab. My name is Claire Fellender. I'm a Ward 5 resident and currently employ a house cleaner in my home, and for 6 years also employed a nanny to care for my 2 sons before my youngest entered school. We've heard from different voices. I wanted to represent the voice of someone who does employ domestic workers in my home, and I'm really excited. Also, was very part of the effort to pass the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act. Excited and again grateful and thank you for all of the work of the council members to unanimously pass that. I, like many employers of domestic workers in the district, I want to see this law fully funded to ensure that working conditions of domestic workers are safer and more dignified and more fair. I just want to share a little bit of why this matters so much. About 8 years ago, I was fortunate to find an incredible nanny for my 2 children. In addition to her many strengths, she came to our interview with a sample contract. I was so grateful because I simply had never employed anyone in my home and I didn't know what to do. She had received this template from a community organization in the DMV that helped her not only advocate for herself, but help educate me as well. So over these 6 wonderful years that Dina worked for our family, I met and spoke to many of her friends and who are also nannies and heard of numerous cases of mistreatment and abuse. I recently spoke to my own house cleaner and found who shared a blatant wage theft issue that she feels like she has no recourse to address. And I believe these examples do not demonstrate, they're not usually intentionally abusive employers. More often it happens that when families have never employed someone in their home, they somehow feel like that work in the home is less important and they treat it that way. So I believe this is a product of not having clear guidance and protections around domestic workers, keeping the value of their work largely invisible. So as the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act of 2022 is implemented this year, it's critical that there is sufficient funding. We've heard from many different people. I'm also in favor of having the $300,000 allocated to the Office of the Attorney General because of the critical role that the office will play in terms of administering this a grant program discussed to work with different organizations. And your question earlier, Councilmember Pinto, about how would this work? We think about community organizations working with women of color, faith-based organizations. These are all really critical to be able to get this information out to domestic workers. I also see that employers are usually not very organized, and so working through faith-based organizations, like another speaker spoke about, but also networks, parent networks. I do see the timer. I would like to just encourage thinking of organizations like Hand in Hand that I am a member of, which provides sample contracts and other information for employers. So for all of these reasons, I asked the Councilmember Pinto to allocate the $300,000 for this program in FY 2024. I'm very grateful for the work of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety that they're embarking on to make sure this important law is implemented to the fullest. The benefits will not only come to domestic workers, but also to the employees in the district who just want to do the right thing, but may not know how to. So thank you very much for your time today and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Claire. Appreciate your perspective. Next, we will hear from Dean Hunter, CEO of Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association.
Good. Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember White, Attorney General Schwab. I'm Dean Hunter. I'm the CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, a trade group representing the interests of small multifamily and rental property owners in the District of Columbia. I'm here today to testify in support of the testimony of Reverend Nuttall. I'm here to submit that the DC government itself has become weaponized against small housing providers. The OAG has become weaponized against small housing providers. And it sounds far-fetched, right? When I heard this 3 years ago, I was like, no way. However, let's examine the theory and then look at the evidence to support it. For decades, we prosecuted people of color and others with our drug laws, right? We've locked up millions, impact the lives of millions of families. Only recently have we become to realize that we had systemic racism in our criminal justice system. And we're beginning to correct that. I submit that the same situation exists as it relates to the DC government, specifically OAG, in dealing with small landlords. We're blind to the systemic impact of their policies. And let's look at the evidence to support this. The story of New Bethel Baptist Church is an example, perfect example. Here you have a church that's providing housing, affordable housing. Yet the Office of the Attorney General brings an action against them and tries to take their property, put them in receivership. What's really scary is that it's a playbook. I was able to tell Pastor Nuttall what steps would be taken, because this is not the first time this has happened. What happens is you have nonprofit organizations that engage the tenants. It could be around TOPA, it could be around a legitimate issue. Next thing you know, these predatory nonprofit organizations are engaged in rent strikes. They're bringing the OAG in. They're filing housing violations. The small landlord is spending legal fees trying to catch up. Once the OAG gets involved using the Consumer Protection Act, that's more legal fees. Essentially what happens, the properties continue to run down and the OAG moves for a receiver. The next step in the playbook, they get their receivership and they appoint their property management company. Their property management company runs the property further down into the ground. Eventually, you got the legal fees that eat the provider. The property is not producing. The provider finds themselves in bankruptcy court. And the owner is eventually forced to sell the property using the same white corporate commercial brokers that are used all the cases. The same receivers too, same white lawyers and real estate attorneys are the same receivers. This is a pattern. It has happened to too many people of color, too many small landlords. And we need to take a step back and look at what we're doing, because just as it seemed unbelievable that our criminal justice system was systemically discriminating and adversely impacting millions of people, it may sound that way initially when looking at the Office of the Attorney General and the government, but the reality of the matter is that is what's happening. You know, Councilmember White often says that we need to sometimes proceed cautiously because we don't want to cause more problems by correcting a problem. And that is exactly the case that is going on right now. We're going to ask that we meet with the OAG, we meet with small landlords, and that we take a look at how they're using the Consumer Protection Act and how they're using the receivership law. Are there slumlords? Yes. Are there people who deserve to be in receivership? Yes. The church is not one of them. The church is not one of them, nor are many of the small landlords and people of color who have lost their property because of the systemic bias in this system. Secondly, I'd be remiss with both of you here, not to mention the issue of access to courts. The laws that have been written during the pandemic have devastated small landlords and have really lengthened the time to access the court. It now takes about 12 months to 16 months to evict a tenant in the District of Columbia. There's a tremendous backlog at DC Superior Court. And we're going to ask you, Councilmember, and Robert White, after budget, to sit down with us and the courts and try to take a look at that also. In conclusion, thank you for your time. I'm going to ask the Attorney General to really use his capacity. He's new, we understand. Again, this is systemic. People don't understand that, how it's impacting and how it's really working. It's a system. And the church has been a victim, and so has many other small landlords. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean, and thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I do want to ask you, Pastor Nuttall, in terms of next steps moving forward, what is the church's position on the feasibility of building these affordable units as a next step, or will it require different action by the Attorney General's office?
Well, I will say that a lot of the damage has been done. When I made the comment about spending millions of dollars on legal fees, that's not exaggeration. We have literally, in addition to the amount of money that we have spent to try to maintain the building through COVID, and at this point, we have to have all options on the table, which includes selling the building to the open market, because that is the point to which we have been driven. And so, is there a way that this could be resolved? I believe that there is. Be mindful of the fact that in addition to the Receivership Act, there are two other lawsuits that we are defending, and the tenants and their advocates have, I don't have another term other than weaponize the process and the resources to move a particular agenda, which is to not have the church be involved with the redevelopment of its own property. I literally believe it's an unconstitutional taking that is taking place. So the ceasing of the litigation would be one mechanism that could at least stop the hemorrhaging, and then the movement toward determining what the development framework could be to maintain some level of affordability at the property. At this point, it would not be the level of affordability that it could have been.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we will follow up with you all about this case, and I appreciate you raising it today.
Thank you so much.
Roger, if you're still here, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate a little bit on the Cure the Streets model and your experience and interactions with that model and belief in its efficacy.
Sure. What I will say is that Cure the Streets provides a proven model, but Cure the Streets is not enough. In cities that have dramatically reduced homicides and gun violence, you also need Cure Plus, and that's what we're trying to use philanthropy to raise money for. Cure Plus is the deeper work. Cure Plus is 18 months of wraparound care for the individuals who have built relationships with outreach workers and violence interrupters. The benefit to Cure is that it is a fully staffed model in each of the neighborhoods, where there are 10 neighborhoods under the Cure model in DC under the Office of the Attorney General. There is adequate staffing. There are site supervisors. That's not true today in all of the neighborhoods under the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. So, Cure is a great way to build relationships. Cure is a great way to build trust, and it's delivered by really, strong community organizations under an evidence-based model with rigor and fidelity. And so the only thing I'll say in closing there is, as we rebuild the structure and the oversight for community violence intervention, I would caution both the council and the Attorney General to moving too quickly to combine Cure with the Office of Neighborhood Safety until full framework has been identified, as well as best practices.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, thank you very much to all of the witnesses on both of our panels today. Appreciate your testimony, and it is very helpful to the committee as we move forward in working in partnership with the Attorney General's office on their budget this year. So thank you all. With no further public witnesses, we are now going to turn to the Attorney General, Brian Schwab. And as you know, Attorney General, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So welcome, and if I can ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of the law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And I would now like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, Councilmember White, other council members, district residents. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today for this fiscal year 2024 budget oversight hearing. As the District of Columbia's independent elected Attorney General, I am responsible for stewarding what I believe to be the finest public interest law firm in the country. OAG is powered by an extremely talented and hardworking group of professionals who are dedicated to using the law to protect the interests of the District of Columbia and improve the lives of the residents of the District of Columbia. Since this is a budget hearing, let's start with numbers. OAG generates a return far in excess of our costs. In fiscal year 2022, OAG's defensive litigation practice groups, our civil litigation division, commercial division, personnel, labor, and employment division, confronted financial exposure to the district realistically estimated at $443 million. With the support of our Office of Solicitor General, these litigators in OAG, through motion practice, trial, appeal, and settlements, were able to resolve the district's exposure for less than $7 million. OAG's commercial division preserved another $93 million by successfully defending collected tax revenue on appeal. Additionally, our civil litigation division collected $3 million in administrative penalties for violations of district regulations, and our child support services division secured nearly $50 million in support of district children. Our public advocacy division netted $12 million in penalties and restitution in consumer protection, housing, workers' rights, and civil rights cases. I lead with this point to emphasize the fact that the council's budgetary support for the Office of Attorney General creates a multiplier effect. All told, the Office of Attorney General generated nearly $600 million in value to the district, roughly 4 times in return on investment based on our fiscal year 22 budget. Of course, the benefits we provide for the district are not just monetary in nature. By enforcing and defending the laws of the council, OAG works to make the district a safer, fairer, and more equitable place for all to live and work. Our recent accomplishments are too numerous to account, but I do want to focus on a few. Since I appeared before this committee less than 2 months ago for our performance oversight hearing, OAG has successfully resolved 4 separate housing cases, holding landlords in wards 1, 5, and 8 accountable for substandard property conditions that expose tenants and community members to health and safety risks, including illegal firearms and drugs, rodent infestation, mold, lead, and other environmental hazards. As a result of these enforcement efforts and enforcing the nuisance, consumer protection, and lead hazard statutes of our city, the landlords are required to remedy the threats to the safety and security of tenants and visitors. Last month, the Office of Attorney General filed a housing discrimination lawsuit enforcing the new Eviction Record Sealing Authority and Fairness in Renting Amendment Act of 2022. That law, which the council passed last year, is intended to ameliorate the adverse impacts of the district's dwindling supply of affordable housing by, among other things, fortifying the legal prohibition against source of income discrimination. Our suit alleges that 2 companies and their owners violated the Human Rights Act, the anti-discrimination statute in the city, by falsely telling housing voucher holders that units were not available, while simultaneously telling non-voucher holders that they were. The suit also alleges that in violation of the new legal protections, the defendants discriminated against voucher holders based on their prior payment history and sealed eviction records. OAG also continues to stand up for consumers. We pursue investigations and enforcement actions, but we also engage in public education about the district's consumer protection laws. Last month, we issued an alert notifying restaurant owners and diners in the district about the district's Consumer Protection Procedures Act and the fact that it prohibits charging fees that are not transparently disclosed and clearly explained before a diner places an order. We put out the alert in response to numerous complaints we'd been receiving about ambiguous fees appearing on restaurant charges, like generically labeled service fees. Sometimes these fees aren't disclosed till diners receive their check, and they can lead diners to think a tip for the servers is already included in the check when it may not be. With the alert, we sought greater public awareness about the Consumer Protection Act, what it requires, and to make clear that restaurant patrons, just like consumers of any other goods or services in our city, are entitled to honesty, fairness, and transparency. Since issuing the alert, we have heard from many DC residents and many restaurant owners who have thanked us, emphasizing the importance of competing on a level playing field and protecting the trust their customers place in them. Later this morning, we will announce the largest ever settlement in a litigated case under the Consumer Protection Act. Cartridge-based e-cigarette manufacturer Juul Labs will pay the district $15.2 million to resolve OAG's allegations that that company unlawfully marketed its vaping products in the district to district youth, misrepresenting its highly addictive qualities. Under my leadership, the Office of Attorney General will prioritize the health and safety of district children and aggressively pursue unlawful business conduct that preys upon and seeks to profit from our kids. OAG is widely respected not only for enforcement of civil laws that protect district residents, but also for innovations in criminal and juvenile justice that enhance public safety. These innovations are especially important now. Even if still low by historical measures, violent crime has increased. There are too many guns and too much gun violence in our city. Everywhere I go, people tell me they're afraid. They're concerned about their diminishing quality of life. We must recognize and respond to their concerns. We must continue to hold people who break the law accountable. But we cannot return to failed policies of the past, policies which produced mass incarceration, destroyed Black and brown communities, and punished children as adults, but failed to make us safer. Instead, we must lead. We must continue to innovate with evidence-based, data-driven policies and practices that will make DC safer now and in the long run. We need to address crime now and stop it before it happens if we want to be a safer community. In short, we need to be smart on crime. Exercising our responsibility to prosecute juvenile offenses, we are employing strategies designed to hold children accountable for violations of the law while facilitating the services they need to get back on track and prevent reoffending. Our attorneys consult the MPD in real time to ensure the legality and the appropriateness of youth arrests. We built the first ever restorative justice program in a prosecutor's office. We have created new ways to prevent rather than prosecute truancy through our ATTEND program. And we have brought a proactive public health approach to interrupting gun violence through our Cure the Streets grant program. These are smart on crime initiatives intended to support our communities, help our children grow to their full potential, and make us safer. On the subject of gun violence, we have been pursuing a multifaceted strategy to keep illegal guns off our streets and out of the hands of kids. We prosecute gun-related cases when there is sufficient constitutionally acquired evidence to carry our burden of proof of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime has occurred. We successfully sued ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80 to keep its unlawful, untraceable firearms off our streets. We are defending our common sense gun control laws, which are under attack following the Supreme Court's decision last term in Bruin. And we have driven policy change by successfully pushing the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives to use its authority to clamp down on the spread of ghost guns. While only a snapshot of the work OAG does every day, these highlights reflect my priorities that were informed by what I heard from DC residents on the campaign and during our transition, as well as during the first 100 days of my administration. My 4 priorities are enhancing public safety by promoting health, education, and success of our children, using the laws that protect workers, tenants, children, consumers, seniors, and the environment to close widening gaps in income, equity, and opportunity, safeguarding our civil rights and democratic freedoms, which includes fighting for reproductive freedom and against incursions on our prerogative of self-government, and building on the legacy of institutional excellence here at the Office of Attorney General by recruiting, investing in, and retaining top talent and holding ourselves to the highest professional standards. These 4 priorities animate the work of the Office of Attorney General, and thus they animate the budget we are proposing for fiscal year 24. The Mayor's budget proposal for the Office of Attorney General, our modest enhancement requests, and our proposed Budget Support Act provisions will enable the Office of Attorney General to continue delivering for the district and its residents. Let me talk first about the mayor's fiscal year budget for OAG. This year, with a renewed spirit of cooperation, my colleagues and I worked closely with Mayor Bowser and her team, including City Administrator Kevin Donahue and Budget Director Jenny Reed, to craft OAG's part of the mayor's proposed budget. Our interactions were candid, collegial, and productive, and I thank the mayor for respecting my priorities and my assessment of what OAG's most pressing needs are. For the record, it is important to note that the OAG is an independent agency led by an elected attorney general accountable not to the mayor, but to the district residents. OAG's annual budget should not be subsumed within the mayor's annual budget as a structural matter, but that's for another day. For purposes of this year's budget, we recognize the council faces difficult budget choices, and we thought it was important for OAG to partner with the mayor to the greatest extent possible to develop our budget. Following the CFO's February forecast, the mayor asked OAG to find $10 million in savings in our budget. My team and I worked hard to accommodate her request while ensuring our most critical needs are met. I am pleased to report through our discussions, we reached almost full agreement. And as a result, the enhancement requests we have of the council are modest, both in number and in dollar. The vast majority of the line items in the mayor's fiscal year 24 budget for OAG look familiar. That's because they match the line items in the fiscal year 23 budget. There are, however, several minor but important differences between the two that we should discuss. The minor differences are what enable OAG to satisfy the mayor's request for reductions without pulling back on our priorities or compromising our mission. Let me briefly discuss the most noteworthy changes. Cure the Streets. We have agreed to self-fund from the Litigation Support Fund the 4 new Cure the Streets sites that the council supported in fiscal year 23 with ARPA funds. We currently make grants to support 10 different Cure the Streets sites throughout the city. Each site provides intensive, targeted services to interrupt, treat, and prevent retaliatory gun violence. By agreeing to give up ARPA funds to operate the 4 new sites in fiscal year 24 and to fund them instead from the Litigation Support Fund, we are accepting responsibility for carrying the cost of all 10 sites on our own. I am fully committed to assuming that responsibility. But to make it happen, a Budget Support Act subtitle that increases spending within the Litigation Support Fund will be required, and I'll speak to that momentarily. On the issue of paid leave enforcement, last year the council appropriated ARPA funds to support 2 Office of Attorney General attorneys who ensure the availability of sick leave to district workers under the Sick and Save Leave Act. For fiscal year 24, we have agreed to relinquish these ARPA funds and to fund the 2 positions, again, out of the LSF. 2 settlements from just last month highlight the importance of this work. In one case, OAG secured $835,000 from Maryland Applicators, a drywall contractor that failed to provide sick leave to misclassified workers. In another case, we recovered $657,000 from 2 cleaning contractors that failed to provide sick leave to janitors who performed COVID cleaning under a district government contract. In each case, employers provided restitution to the workers and paid civil penalties to the district. The mayor's budget includes $1 million to promote the retention and prevent the attrition of OAG's most valuable resource, our people. This budget item is born out of recent hard experience. OAG lawyers, especially early in their career, frequently get stuck in grade for much longer than their peers in federal government and elsewhere. They often leave OAG to join agencies or firms where they can earn promotions more quickly. And they often do so precisely at the point when they have developed the skills, independence, experience, and substantive knowledge to provide maximum value to OAG and the district. Because our success depends on human talent, we need to retain capable, dedicated employees to offer them not only the sense of fulfillment and professional growth that public service allows, but also opportunities for advancement that match the competition. Finally, Although funds for the indispensable upgrade of our badly outdated child support enforcement system, DSIS, have been included in prior budgets, I want to add a brief note about their inclusion in the mayor's budget for this year. DSIS is the engine of our Child Support Services division. Every child support case is managed through it. The current system is old. Very few people know how to maintain it. It's growing. There is a growing risk of failure. Roughly $24 million has been spent on the upgrade so far. The good news is we are nearing the finish line, but we cannot abandon modernization now. The mayor's budget for OAG includes approximately $2 million in capital funds to complete and implement the modernization project. Under its 2-to-1 matching formula, the federal government will contribute an additional $4 million. This means the council's investment of $2 million will translate into an overall investment of $6 million. I will now turn to our budget enhancement requests. As I mentioned, they are modest. They total just under $500,000. These enhancements will have a multiplier effect. They will pay for themselves and more. First, we are requesting $196,620 for a new section chief in our Family Services or FSD division. The work this manager will do is critical to protecting some of the district's most vulnerable children. Among their responsibilities, FSD attorneys provide legal advice and counsel to the district's Child and Family Services Agency, CFSA, regarding both court-involved children who are in foster care and non-court-involved children who remain in homes where abuse and neglect has been reported, but who have not yet been placed into foster care. For every child in the first category of cases, that is every court-involved child in foster care, an FSD manager engages in regular intensive case review with the responsible FSD attorney and FSD's counterparts at Child and Family Services. These case reviews, which can last 2 to 3 hours per household, examine the behavior of the parents and that brought the situation to the attention of CFSA, as well as the measures currently being undertaken to ensure a safe home environment. FSD has concluded that it can provide greater support to CFSA if it furnishes guidance earlier in the process, instead of after persistent problematic behavior has necessitated court involvement in foster care. In other words, FSD's participation in case consultations prior to court involvement could reduce the need for court involvement in foster care, and in so doing, advance CFSA's twin objectives of ensuring the health and safety of children and promoting family cohesion. The section chief position established with this first requested enhancement would enable FSD's early front-end participation in case consultations. For every child in home under CFSA supervision, the section chief would manage and engage in the same intensive case reviews that FSD, together with CFSA, currently conducts for every child in foster care. Because the in-home population is currently double and sometimes approaches triple the foster care population, FSD's need for this additional resource is acute. Funding to fill this need aligns with my own priority to keep kids healthy and safe, and also with CFSA's impending organizational restructuring, which will combine the administration of in-home and foster care cases. Second, we are requesting funding to hire 2 data analysts at the cost of approximately $150,000 for each position. Currently, the Office of Attorney General has only 1 full-time dedicated data analyst. This is for a 700-person agency that, consistent with best practices, seeks to collect, maintain, and rely on credible, clean data to inform the exercise of our wide-ranging civil and criminal authority. One analyst simply cannot do everything an evidence-based, data-driven OAG needs to advance the district's residents' interests. We hired our first current and only current data analyst in 2019. Since then, we have greatly expanded our data management, quality assurance, and analytics capabilities. Most of the infrastructure we have established supports the work of our public safety division. Among other vital tasks, our data analyst implements business processes for the public safety division and ensures timely entry of criminal and juvenile case data, creates and maintains internal dashboards to assist attorneys with caseload management and court dates, created, published, and now updates OAG's installment of its public prosecution data portal regarding OAG's adult prosecutions, compiles descriptive statistics and analysis for periodic internal reports, as well as external and often highly time-sensitive requests from public officials and the media. Our data analyst provides regular support for our ongoing restorative justice randomized control trial study and assists with other programs evaluating other programs, including Cure the Streets. Our data analyst also provides statistical and methodological expertise for affirmative civil litigation being done by our public advocacy division. She works with large data sets to calculate unpaid wages in workers' rights cases, rental overages or deceptively charged fees in consumer protection cases. She builds statistical models to predict differential lending outcomes by race and ethnicity in civil rights cases, and reviews expert reports to identify potential weaknesses. All of this is overwhelming for one person. The addition of 2 more analysts will not only make the work more manageable and spread institutional knowledge regarding OAG's data analytics across multiple employees, but also substantially increase our data analytic capabilities. Rather than simply furnishing and monitoring descriptive statistics, OAG could begin using inferential statistics to discern what the data tells us about the functioning and effectiveness of OAG policies and programs across our divisions. Along with these modest spending enhancements, we are proposing 2 Budget Support Act subtitles. First, we ask the Council to increase the litigation support fund cap from $19 million to $23.5 million. Within the LSF, we ask that the personal service cap be increased from $6 million to $7 million, and the public safety expenditure cap from $7 million to $9 million. These increases are necessary to permit OAG to self-fund the 4 new Cure the Street sites and the 2 paid leave enforcement attorney positions I mentioned a moment ago. We worked collaboratively with the mayor to help her achieve her budget priorities by agreeing to reallocate ARPA dollars and absorb in our LSF the costs of the 4 sites and the 2 enforcement attorneys, and the proposed BSA subtitles are necessary for us to be able to honor that commitment. Second, we asked the Council to make a clarifying amendment to the restitution fund to allow OAG to direct unclaimed restitution awards to pay uncompensated claimants in other cases where the defendant is insolvent. The restitution fund prescribes a claims process for distributing restitution obtained through wage theft and consumer fraud settlement and judgment. Under the restitution fund statute as written, funds left over after the exhaustion of the settlement claims process in a case are treated as unclaimed property. Treating excess funds as unclaimed property makes sense where a settlement itemizes specific restitution amounts to named individuals. It does not make sense, however, where, as is often the case, a settlement establishes a common fund to provide restitution to individuals who are unknown at the time of the settlement, but who are entitled to receive compensation upon submission of a verifiable claim. OAG's proposed amendment to the restitution fund statute will allow OAG to use leftover monies in a common settlement fund to compensate real victims in a different case, one in which the payment of restitution is impossible because of the defendant's insolvency. In addition to proposing 2 BSA subtitles, I want to offer a brief comment on one of the BSA subtitles in the mayor's proposed budget. Proposed subtitle B of Title I mandates specific return to office and telework policies for district agencies and provides the mayor exclusive authority to make limited exceptions. By its terms, the proposal would cover the Office of Attorney General and its employees. Again, by virtue of the 2010 legislation creating an elected independent Attorney General, OAG is no longer subordinate to the mayor. It is an independent agency led by an independently elected Attorney General who, like the mayor, is accountable directly to the district residents. The Attorney General thus has the exclusive authority to establish employment and personnel policies for the agency. On the issue of whether to adopt a mandatory return to office limited telework policy, we are currently studying that. We are engaged in a detailed process of reviewing options. We're gathering information and closely examining whether such a policy is right for our workforce and the work we do, given some of the unique competitive challenges we face. We anticipating our policy in the coming months based on the input we are gathering and what is most conducive to employee retention, productivity, and effectiveness. For these reasons, I would urge the council against the mayor's proposed BSA subtitle B of Title I. Sorry for talking as long as I have. I'm about to wrap up. I want to reiterate what I said at the outset, Chairwoman. OAG is the best public interest law firm in the country. The mayor's fiscal year 24 budget, supplemented by the modest enhancements and BSA subtitles we request, will help keep it that way. We have a lot of work to do for district residents, protecting public safety and the quality of life in our communities, promoting the health and welfare of our children, safeguarding workers, tenants, consumers, seniors, and the environment, promoting democracy and preserving our freedoms and core values, and so much more. You have my commitment that with the resources we are asking the council to authorize, OAG will continue to provide a healthy return on investment for the district and all of its residents. Thank you for listening to me. My team and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much, Attorney General. And you never have to apologize for going on and on. You actually addressed a number of questions that I had. So I appreciate that extra context, and is really important for the record and for others watching to understand why some of these enhancements will be important to your mission. So thank you. I do just want to ask you about this $1 million for spending on attorney retention. And I know you spoke a little bit about this, but how many attorneys do you think that will enable you to retain, or how many positions will that funding support?
Okay, thank you. I'm getting some help from my colleague Tarifa Koksum on the specifics of that. Our estimate is that's going to impact somewhere between 25 and 30 attorneys or personnel, either by virtue of promotion or bonus money that will be important to making sure people stay engaged. The stabilization impact of that dollar is all those dollars we're asking for also allows us to think about other ways we can innovate in the office to relieve some of the workload that some of our folks are explaining to me are impacting their quality of life, the efficiency with which they're doing their job. So part of it will be the fact that, as you and I have discussed, our folks sometimes get stuck in grade. They have to wait longer for promotions compared to, for example, their colleagues at the Department of Justice and in some of the federal agencies. So some of those dollars will go to breaking up that backlog and other opportunities for us to make the professionals' lives in the office easier, managing their workload, which will also, of course, help them with retention, help us with them staying engaged.
Okay, thank you very much. And you talked a little bit about the need to increase the caps for the litigation support fund and the restitution fund. Could you just zoom out a little bit and elaborate on what those funds are for and how they populate with dollars?
Sure. So the restitution fund is a fund that was established to receive money that we are collecting through affirmative litigation in our consumer protection and workers' rights enforcement cases. And it becomes a fund of money sometimes for cases like, for example, the Instacart case that we brought successfully settled recently, where we created a common fund of dollars for drivers who may have been entitled to more money for delivering in the District of Columbia, but were not paid. When we establish those funds, we wait for people to come forward and make a claim on the funds. And we do our best to estimate the number of impacted people when we are bringing claims and settling claims. Once a fund is created, we then have a claims process. And ideally, every dollar that we've recovered would be a dollar that a claimant, a verifiable claimant, comes forward and says, I'm entitled to my share of that fund, and the dollars would go to the victims. Sometimes we don't get 100% participation in that fund. And so there are dollars that are left over. And so the subtitle that we're suggesting would allow us to take some of those leftover dollars after a reasonable amount of time has gone by to ensure that nobody else is going to come forward for those dollars, and transfer them into other funds so that we can use those dollars to compensate other victims. Because oftentimes we have victims of workers' right claims. We have housing tenants that are entitled to money, but the defendants are insolvent, or they're LLCs that have no assets, and yet you've got real victims. We have a lot of stories of that sad reality happening, and while it won't completely solve it, if we have dollars that are basically earmarked for victims who've been taken advantage of, we'd like to have the ability to get those excess dollars to other victims. The Litigation Support Fund was created initially to reflect that oftentimes where we're taking on very significant matters for the district against well-funded law firms and well-funded companies, there are a lot of costs associated with needing to do that work. Hiring expert witnesses, doing deposition work, doing investigative work, managing large sets of data. And the Litigation Support Fund was created initially and has been funded since its creation with dollars that the Office of Attorney General's affirmative litigation is bringing into the district. So the council and the taxpayers of the District of Columbia are not funding that work. It is the affirmative and successful recoveries of the office that fund that. As we have gone on and been successful in that, and with the council's support, we've been able to use some of that dollars for grant making. And that's actually one of the areas I'm most proud of, where the Office of Attorney General has been able to innovate and pilot projects, because we have available funds in the LSF that allow us to do things other than go straight to paying expert witnesses and deposition transcripts. So that's where our ability initially to pilot the Cure the Streets program 4 or 5 years ago came from. And as you've heard my testimony, where we were prepared to fund both 4 of the Cure sites and the 2 leave enforcement lawyers from this year, given the crunch on the budget and the mayor's request.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I want to turn to the Cure the Streets program. You mentioned that OAG had to find a way to fund this program through the Litigation Support Fund. Am I correct in understanding the program will be funded in fiscal year 2024 at roughly the same level as it was last year and be able to support 10 sites?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, great.
I say it with a small little asterisk caveat, which is, the amendment to the caps in the LSF, the spending of additional dollars, we could be limited in terms of what we can use those dollars for. So assuming our proposed subtitle is okay with the council, yes, we are committed to fully funding all 10 sites and being as committed as we've been and were committed this past fiscal year.
Great, thank you so much. And yes, of course, assuming that change goes into place, but I think it's really important for those who are watching and following along, because there has been understandably a lot of concern about what looks like on its face as a cut in those programs. And so thank you for your ingenuity in figuring out a way to find funding for those, but I think it's important that people know. I also understand that OAG was able to fund pay raises for frontline Cure the Streets workers. Is that right?
Yes, last year we did.
Okay, and what are the salaries for those workers now?
I'm not sure I have that number right off the tip of my tongue. Lauren, do you have that?
It's $50,000. Anybody who made under $50,000 was raised to $50,000, and then there was a percentage for those who made over $50,000.
Okay, we can get you the exact numbers, but anybody who was making less than $50,000 was raised to $50,000, and people who were making more than $50,000 got a percentage increase in their compensation, and all of the people at each site received some compensation boost.
Okay, great, thank you. What is the average funding level for each Cure site? And have we learned over the years what it takes in terms of resources to run each site successfully?
Right now, the average is roughly about $815,000 per site. Again, don't hold me to the exact amount. It's between 800 and 850 is the realm. Ah, look, 8:14. 8:14. I was close. My team is really good at getting me ready for these, hearings. So 8:14. Candidly, we're still, it's a grant program, and we are improving the way in which we are administering grants. We have professionalized that. We have some extraordinarily talented people here who are administering and overseeing the grants. And we're watching to see whether that investment is the right amount. There are some sites that have fully spent what we have allocated, and there's some that have not spent the full allocation. In the grant process, there's the spending of the money is subject to a grant agreement, and the monitoring and the oversight of the way in which the grants are administered is something that we take very, very seriously. And so I think if you looked at the way the sites have performed to date, they probably have performed at less than the full 814 per year. But it's still new enough that we're looking at that and learning. And candidly, one of the things that we're seeing is that as the sites get more professionalized and get more experience and can plan a little bit better, the hope is that they will fully use the grant money that's allocated in the categories of needs that the grant agreement allows.
Okay. Thank you.
One more factoid from
Sure.
my chief of staff and senior counsel, Lauren Haggerty. Anybody over $50,000 who was compensated received a 7% increase.
Okay.
So everybody below 50 got brought up to 50. Anybody above 50 got a 7% bump.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to turn to a couple of items that were raised by our public witnesses. For CURE, Roger Marmot testified about the need for wraparound services for high-risk individuals. Can you speak to OAG's work with the executive to connect individuals to service, and what would we need in funding in order to support 12 to 18 months of wraparound services?
So, as we've talked about, one of the structural disadvantages to the Cure the Streets program being operated out of the Office of Attorney General, which is fundamentally a law enforcement office, not a human services office, is that we don't have the ready access to support, to the resources, whether it's employment, housing, transportation, birth certificates, driver's licenses. Sometimes all of these things need to be pulled together in very quick time frame once the violence interrupters and relationship builders at Cure the Streets are able to do their important work. And so it's ad hoc at the moment. And that's really, to me, where hopefully we can come together collectively to think a little bit about getting the resources where they need to be. I can't tell you because I don't have visibility into what it costs. I know that our teams are working more closely on the ground with violence interrupters under the ONSE programs. I know that teams are meeting more regularly to try to share what they're seeing. But in terms of the leadership, in terms of the oversight and the budgeting of getting people the services they need, we don't have visibility into that because that really is the main challenge for our folks. What I hear is our folks are very good at being super localized, hyper localized in the neighborhoods where we are. They're visible, they are engaged, they're full-time, and they are brokering peace, they are making relationships, they're disrupting cycles of retaliatory violence. Once those relationships are built, it's the time critical for resources and wraparound, as Roger suggested, be provided. And that does require a comprehensive government approach, which, candidly at the moment is not within the jurisdiction of OAG by itself.
Okay, thank you for that. Regarding domestic workers and the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights that we passed the end of 2022, we heard a lot of testimony this morning about the funding needed to implement an education campaign, essentially. Is this something that OAG requested funding from the mayor's office for this programming in the budget, or are there any other ways that OAG could absorb some of those costs of the education needed, as is the case with other new laws that affect the agency?
The answer to your first question is no. It was not something that we requested in the budget. Our understanding was that the law would largely be funded with monies from the council to address public information and advocacy, as opposed to law enforcement. And so that's the answer to your first question. There isn't a lot of capacity in the AG's office absent additional resources, except I will say this: we will do whatever we can to support this law. We think it is a good law. We think that there are a lot of vulnerable people doing really, really important work in people's homes, for which the law should be, a protection of them. There are two places without any more money from the council that we could conceivably be of some help, but it's going to be modest. We have a grant-making team. We have people here who are already skilled at overseeing grant money. We don't have the grant money to give out, but part of what we might need is some support in our team of administering grants, if that's something you would look to the AG's office to help with. And the second is we have great attorneys and investigators and paralegals in our worker rights unit in public advocacy division. As you've heard from the testimony, as you know, Councilwoman, they are up to their eyeballs in work, really, really important work. But of course, if there are enforcement opportunities that come out of the new law and the Department of Employment Services or OHR needs the Office of Attorney General's assistance in enforcing that law, we're not going to shrink away from that. And we probably come back to you next year and say, we need some help on that. So I think that's a fair assessment of how I see our role going forward. I totally appreciate the testimony of our public witnesses who were suggesting that, public engagement, employment outreach is going to have a very impactful role in making sure this law has meaning. It's not just words on paper, but it has meaning. And I think a lot of that will be outside the AG's office if it's done well.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I appreciate your other comments on ways we can think about having OAG support that work, even if not, within actually dispersing the grant until we find the money, which I totally hear everybody is a necessary piece to make sure that this law is effective. I want to follow up on Pastor Nuttall's testimony about the tenant receivership abatement fund. Can you help me understand OAG's perspective on the issues that Pastor Nuttall raised?
Yeah, I've had a chance to speak with the pastor. I totally appreciate his comments and the way he and maybe members of his congregation and leadership are feeling about this. We have a difference of opinion about this, and I respect deeply his point of view. I just disagree with it. Everybody in the District of Columbia that owns property and rents it to tenants has to comply with the law. And in fact, religious organizations across our city, and we have many great ones, are not immune from following the law. We have dealt with that in tough issues here in the Office of Attorney General when it's come to protecting children. And it's not pleasant, but it's important. It's not diminishing the importance that religious organizations and faith leaders do every day in our city to say that we play on a level playing field and all owners of property are responsible for following the law. I hear the pastor's concerns about the church and the church's finances. I'm moved by the impact of the deplorable conditions in Foster House on the tenants who are living there. And that was the challenge. And so our laws are being enforced fairly, without fear or favor to any landlord that is not taking care of what the law requires. There are some landlords who are on the end of the spectrum, which we call slumlords. They're actively, affirmatively disregarding their tenants and the laws because they're trying to force people out, because they want to develop their properties. It's constructive eviction. It's deplorable. It's illegal. We have to fight that. I am not in a minute calling Pastor Nuttall and the church a slumlord. There are economic challenges that landlords across the city confront, which prevent them from being able to put the capital into their properties, to maintain the properties. And as a result, people are harmed. And so we have to deal with that reality too. And so, you know, without getting into the specifics of the Foster House case, which is in litigation, I understand the tension. I understand the challenge. One of the things that the Tenant Receivership Act allows is that it recognizes that in certain conditions, if a landlord or landowner does not have the money to do what he, she, or it is required by law to do, that there are funds that can be used to make necessary repairs to keep people safe. And when we're talking about low income, some of the most vulnerable tenants, seniors, disabled people in our city, the Office of Attorney General is going to enforce the law to make sure that they don't live in conditions that are, I'll put it kindly, unacceptable.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that additional context. And I'm sure we'll be having more conversations about that case and other cases around the city where there are challenges in balancing the needs for the development of more affordable housing and making sure that existing tenants are supported and protected. So thank you.
Good.
I want to turn to restaurant service fees and a recent interpretation that you sent to our restaurant community advising about the interpretation, OAG's interpretation of service charges. And the Office of Tax and Revenue defines service charge as business income, and service charges are also counted towards business income for restaurants that have leases that are, you know, calculating a percentage of sales as they determine their rent. So curious how you arrived at the interpretation of a service charge and how we can reconcile that advice with other district government interpretations.
Appreciate the opportunity. So let's clarify. We didn't give advice or a definition of what service charge means. What we flagged was that many consumers in the district were complaining that they were confused about seeing a generic reference to service charge on their bill. These developed, as you and I have talked about, you know, I don't think anybody likes to eat out in the district more than me and my wife. I can tell you that they're relatively recent phenomena that we started seeing service charge appear on bills. And your question reflects the complexity here, because if service charge is intended to be income to the restaurant owner, taxable to the restaurant owner, that means that in essence, it's not going to workers. It's not going to the servers as compensation. It's going to the house. If it was going to the workers, it'd be income to the workers. The problem is that diners are confused. If I pay a 20% service charge, but I'm under the misimpression that the house is giving that money to the people in the front and the back of the house who are serving my meal, I may not give a tip. And the people who get hurt on that front are the people who are working. So what we wanted to make clear to restaurant owners and diners and consumers is that transparency is what's important. If a restaurant owner wants to tell the diner, we are charging you 20% service charge, it does not go to our workers. Please consider tipping our workers on top of the 20% service charge we are charging. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody knows exactly what the rules are. We are not telling owners they can't charge a service fee if they want to, if they think that's the way in which they're going to meet their operational needs. And I am empathetic to the increased costs of labor and supply chain and other things that impact our great restaurants in the city. We really wanted to make sure everybody was aware of the issue so that there's no confusion. And I want to flag one other thing that's important, because I think it got lost a little bit, at least from some of the people, because I really will tell you that for every one person who's registered a complaint, there's 3 or 4 that are calling and thanking us for elucidating this issue. We made a decision in the Office of Attorney General to use our ability to engage the public through public education. We sent an alert to the more than 2,600 restaurants in our city. We put it out on our website. We spoke with the restaurant owners before it went out to their trade association. And based on feedback that they gave us back, we modified the language. And so we don't approach this work, like a hammer that sees everything like a nail and hits everything like a hammer. And we didn't launch into investigations and subpoenas and enforcement actions. We leaned into the public education front because it is a confusing issue for many people. And my hope is that, like the restaurant owner who reached me the other day and said, it's hard to be in a restaurant industry. We appreciate you making sure the level field works for all of us. If we're going to do right by, the laws, we want to make sure everybody does right by the laws. We appreciate the fact that there's nothing more important to us than a customer base that trusts us. They trust us to deliver great food, delicious food, great hospitality, and not take advantage of us when we show up to eat. And so I'm pleased with how that has gone. And I think it's a good example of how the Office of Attorney General uses its public information and educational platform to make the city safer and fairer for everybody.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I appreciate hearing your perspective on that. I guess when I think about service charges that used to be more common, if you had a party of 6 or more, and that was kind of usually almost always embedded in the check as a service charge. And now, because of rising costs, many restaurants are adding that into party sizes of 1 to 5 as well. I have received a number of questions from operators and workers around where the line is. So like if somebody orders a drink at a bar and they're just communicating with the bartender, but there's no receipt, does that service charge have to be articulated? Or, with the advancement of QR codes, many checks are just received through one scan. And so I think there are still a lot of questions that operators want to be in compliance with the law and interpretation and be doing the right thing. But because there is no longer, never really was, a one-size-fits-all model for how service is delivered in our various modes of restaurants and bars, it's hard to have an interpretation kind of change in their view relatively quickly because they're trying to catch up, but they don't feel that, some of them don't feel like they have yet the answers.
I completely appreciate that, Chairwoman Pinto. And, that's why we didn't set out a prescription that there's a one size fits all to this. The mandate is be transparent, be clear, and make sure diners know what their money is going to before they place their order. It doesn't have to be in writing, doesn't have to be with magic language. It has to be a clear and transparent communication. And it's interesting when you're hearing feedback, because that the feedback about service charges for parties of more than 5 or 10, that's exactly what my experience was. When you got those bills, you didn't tip because they were telling you, by virtue of having a large party, we are doing the tipping for you. And so that's what created confusion when people started getting service charge on bills when it was only my wife and I going out. It wasn't the whole family together. And I'm thinking, okay, well, does this mean that they're already requiring and giving a tip to the workers? And, I agree with you that the ambiguity of the term service charge right now, given the backdrop that I think many reasonable consumers, and I count myself usually as a reasonable person, not always, but, is a service charge means it's going to the servers. So tell me it's not. Just let me know. And it's your prerogative to charge me a service fee. And then I have the freedom to give an additional tip to the workers. Or I actually have the ability to say, it's too expensive to eat here.
Right. Okay. Well, I think that's a good example of the larger party service charge, because, and I may, be biased in that I've worked in restaurants. And so when I saw that, I still did tip because I understood that charge to mean there's an extra cost associated with bringing tables over, maybe additional cleanup, making sure that the kitchen can coordinate all the dishes at once. And so I did not misinterpret even those larger party checks as necessarily going to the server.
Okay.
So I think it was important to tip on top of that, but that's a interesting and helpful kind of perspective, and you may not be alone in that. Okay, let's move on to opioid abatement funding, which we've gotten some reach about. Last year, OAG announced a $47 million settlement with Johnson & Johnson for its role in the opioid epidemic. Altogether, the district is expected to receive $80 million over a number of years from settlements against opioid manufacturers and distributors. But meanwhile, the district is seeing a lot of suffering, as you know, from the opioid crisis here at home. And in both 2020 and 2021, we lost over 400 people to opioid overdoses in DC. My understanding is that a requirement of these settlement agreements is that the district spend at least 85% of the funds that we receive on opioid abatement. And as part of our effort to implement that, the council passed legislation last year creating an Office of Opioid Abatement and an Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. I know that some of this is under the mayor, but given OAG's role in the lawsuits that successfully led to this money, do you have any sense of where we are in the process, and if we started receiving payments from these settlements, how much, if so?
We have received and begun receiving payments from the settlements, consistent with the terms of the settlement agreements, which really prescribe what our ability to do with those monies are. We have transmitted the dollars over to, I believe, the Department of Behavioral Health. The total amount that has been, is this what's been received or what's been transferred? A little shy of $12 million has been received already to date. $11,465,017.09 to be exactly. You are correct that the administration of these dollars to get them out of the bank account and to the people who need them for harm reduction and other types of prescriptive uses that the settlement agreements call for is dependent upon the creation of the Office of Opioid Abatement and then a advisory organization of people from the community who would be part of advising how those dollars are allocated. And my understanding is that neither the office nor the advisory committee have been established yet.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you and congratulations to you and your team for securing that settlement. And we'll look forward to working in partnership to making sure those dollars get where they need to go. I want to ask one more question and then I'm going to turn to my colleague, Robert White, who has rejoined us. Thank you, council member, about the settlement and judgment fund, Attorney General. And I know that this is not within OAG's budget, but to your understanding, what happens with the funds from this pot that aren't actually used to pay settlements or judgments? The mayor's proposed budget reduces the fund by $7 million in fiscal year 2024. Is that of concern to OAG?
I'm sorry, I heard what was the number you just cited? That was it 20 million?
The $7 million reduction.
Yeah. So the mayor was proposing a reduction of the settlement and judgment fund for the balance of 23 as well as in 24. We talked about that, and given our best estimate in terms of exposure to the city, and it's important to note that the Office of Attorney General has pretty good visibility with respect to the majority of exposure, but not all of it. We shared our views and we thought that the reduction to $23 million was something that was prudent, given the kind of dollars that we have seen historically being part of either a settlement that we reach or a judgment against the district over time. Obviously, it goes up and down year by year, but if you took a long view, at least pre-pandemic, probably $20 to $21 million would be the mean over an 8 or 10 year run. So the reduction to $23 million, does not give me heartburn. I think that that's a reasonable number. The mayor's the mayor proposed for fiscal year 24 a reduction to 21 million. That was not in consultation with our office. I'm not sure exactly what analysis went into reaching that number. I'd be open to certainly hearing it. I would say that my sense is 23 million is probably the right number in terms of, you know, having funds allocated for our obligation to pay settlements and judgments when we have to.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I am going to turn to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Robert White, for a 10-minute round. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thanks so much, Chairperson Pinto. Again, Attorney General Schwab, good to be with you today. I apologize because I'm jumping between meetings if any of my questions are redundant, but I wanted to talk a little bit about coordination between various violence reduction programs. So we have multiple of programs and task forces with similar responsibilities, but they live in different agencies. We have the DYRS Credible Messengers Program, OAG's Cure the Streets, ONSE Violence Interrupters, and some programs at the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. How does OAG work with the other agencies I mentioned to ensure that your efforts are not duplicative or at odds with one another?
So let me refer first to DYRS. And I think the short answer there is after most of the work that DYRS does is not in coordination with the Office of Attorney General. There's a handoff effectively of young people when a young person is determined to be responsible for a delinquency and the court commits that young person to DYRS, the responsibility for how that young person is rehabilitated, treated, punished, given the resources he or she needs is not something that OAG does, or candidly, something that DYRS has made us privy to. I would welcome greater coordination and transparency in that vein. From a systems point of view, it is believed that young people in the juvenile delinquency system become effectively, into the custody of the city, the state, to deal with them in terms of a rehabilitation model. And the court system is not in the loop on that. The prosecutor's office is not in the loop on that. DYRS has responsibility for that. The ONSE office has historically not been well coordinated with Cure the Streets for a variety of reasons, which don't need to be relitigated at this point. I think what we have to focus on is how do we enhance the coordination and the information sharing between the two. To my great good pleasure, am hearing that the folks on the ground, the workers who are at ONSE and at Cure the Streets, are doing the work. Meaning they're getting together on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. They're building relationships, they're sharing information. The Peace Academy did some training, which brought together violence interrupters in both Cure and ONSE, organizations, and that created opportunities for relationship building. I believe there needs to be greater coordination. I have made my views clear on this, and it's not my views. It's what I heard from people across the city. It's what the auditor has suggested. It's what other people have suggested. There needs to be greater collaboration and coordination. It's not because the model of Cure the Streets is the only best exclusive model for violence interruption. There are many models, and we have to experiment. We have to innovate. We have to see what works and doesn't work, and then share what we're learning.
That's right.
And the way to do that, I believe, is to find some collaboration across the violence interruption space where there is better organization and collaboration. And I look for the council's assistance on that, and the mayor and the executive office of the mayor's support, deputy mayor for public safety. All of us together need to figure out how to do this.
I appreciate that response and your willingness to coordinate. I think that's something most people have recognized for some time needs to happen. In that vein, and I will assist Councilmember Pinto as I can be helpful in helping to coordinate that. in 2022, the Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan done by the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform recommended one senior government official whose full-time job it is to lead and oversee all gun violence reduction programs for the district. Do you have thoughts on whether the establishment of this role would help centralize and organize between these various programs and agencies?
I think when you draw it up on paper and you conceptualize a system that would work most efficiently, I agree with that. If you look at cities that have done this well, you look at, for example, what Los Angeles did in gang reduction starting, in the early 2000s. That was a system where the mayor of that city took charge and made it his mission and put the unique position of a mayor and the resources of a mayor to authorize and support the work. And of course, delegated that authority and resources to people and gave them the license to go and do it. And so, that is a way of organizing that makes sense to me. One person or one department that is responsible to run and organize and resource the work. We have developed in Washington, D.C., like so much of what we have in our city, we've developed in our own way. And where we are right now is we're not in a unified system where there's just one unified place where all of the violence interruption work is being done, as your first question highlighted.
Right.
So it requires resources and leadership and collaboration and partnership to do it. And I've told the mayor, and I'll tell the public, and I tell the council today, I am a willing partner. I am a willing partner. This is too important for people across the city for us to let sort of bureaucracy or politics get in the way of getting it right.
I'm glad to hear that. I share your view. What about information sharing or data sharing at this point? How does OAG share its data, like crime incidents, case management, et cetera, with ONSE, DYRS, and or MPD?
So I think I'm right on this. And if you need to drill down into greater detail, I've got some folks here who can answer the questions. But I think we're completely transparent because we have a portal on our website that publishes, what we're finding and what we're doing in Cure the Streets. So we share it with everybody. And we do try to track what we're seeing at the Cure sites. We think that it's important to have an evidence-based metric system for measuring whether we're working. Now, those metrics have to be both quantitative and qualitative, and we try to do that. But I think, and Lauren Haggerty, you tell me if I'm mistaking anything here. I'm under oath, so I don't want to make a mistake. But I think it's all transparent, council member, on our portal.
So in terms of metrics, the 2022 Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago also recommended metrics for all agencies to manage violence reduction programs. What metrics does OAG use to measure Cure the Streets?
We measure some objective metrics, for example, numbers of shootings, numbers of homicides, numbers of mediation conferences, numbers of community events, numbers of people we are reaching in our outreach. Those types of objective things you can count. We measure whether or not over a longitudinal period we see reductions in shootings, in homicides, increases in truces, and in pieces being brokered.
Mm-hmm.
We've done a survey. So this is to the qualitative piece. We are, through our surveying of community members, asking them how they feel about Cure the Streets being in their communities. Do they see us? What is their reaction to us being in the community?
Right.
Are we qualitatively improving quality of life, things like that? So we measure that, all of those things, and there may be some other particular data points that we track, but it's both quantitative and qualitative.
Okay, so that's on the back end data on, here's, what has or has not happened. do you set goals on the front end? And I, say this recognizing you've been there just a few months now, but does the Cure the Streets program, which has been around for I think about 5 years now, set goals for targeted percentage or in reduction of the number of homicides or the reduction of non-fatal shootings, things like that?
To the best of my understanding, we do not. It has not been part of the approach to setting in advance targets. It's certainly a good idea to think about, and I'd want to bring some people who are smarter than me around to talk about what are the pros and cons of that.
Okay. AG Schwab, I appreciate it. Thanks for the work that you and your team are doing, and thanks for continuing to be willing and thoughtful partners in the work that the council and the city are doing as well. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councilmember White. All right, Attorney General, I think that concludes the questions today. I want to thank you so much and your entire team for all of your work on this budget and being such responsive and thorough and thoughtful partners as we move through this budget process with the committee. I want to give you an opportunity if you want to share any closing thoughts or final pieces to touch on.
Well, thank you. And really, I appreciate you recognizing this team effort. I've got a conference room of people here who are ready to answer any potential. We dreamed up all kinds of questions, and I'm really grateful to them and the work that they do every day. I'm grateful to you in stepping into this role. You have a committee and a portfolio with your committee that might look, all the committee work and all the oversight work and the budget work that the council does is important. But from my seat, the issues you are challenged with leading on are the most important issues to our city right now. We cannot get to the city we need to be, that we deserve to be, if people don't feel safe, if our systems don't work, and if people are being taken advantage of, if people don't have confidence that the law works, if people don't feel like they're ever going to get a fair shot at enjoying the abundance of resources that our city has. And all of that converges in your committee's lap. It is the work we do every day at the Office of Attorney General. And I appreciate the time you have taken. You knew a lot about the OAG from before your election to the council, but you've continued to be a learner, to listen, and we want to be a partner with you and all of your colleagues on the council in a year when we know it's a tough budget. And tough decisions get made in a tough budget time. I promise you that the resources that you give to the Office of Attorney General, we are going to be stewards of those resources, and we're going to put them to work in furtherance of our mission. They will not be wasted. They will not be ignored. They're going to be leveraged for the kind of return that the council and the mayor deserve from the Office of Attorney General, but more importantly, the people of the District of Columbia deserve from our office. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we stand ready to answer any other questions that might come up for the balance of your couple of months of budgeting process.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And that is right. From my time of working at the Office of Attorney General, I saw up close and firsthand how hardworking everybody is there, from all the attorneys, the staff, and that insight really helps in this process and thinking about the really important work that you do. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to turn to our next agency for today. We will hear from the Office of Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Again, we're going to start with public witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. I will call our first panel of witnesses for the Deputy Mayor. We will hear from Leona Agarides, CEO of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, Jaron Price, the President and CEO of Downtown DC Business Improvement District, Anya Kreider from Council for Court Excellence, Reed May from ANC 5D08, and Erica Adut, Executive Director of Horton's Kids. Give you all a moment to join. Okay, a number of the panelists for this panel are not on yet, so we're gonna add folks from the next panel, and then if folks from this panel come, we'll hear from you second. So I see we have Erica Adut, and we will also hear from Kara Scheiden, public witness, Julie Johnson, Neighbors for Justice DC, Karen Ernst, public witness, and Natalie Otero, executive director of DC Safe. We will go ahead and get started first with Erica Adut, executive director of Horton's Kids. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Erica Adut, and I'm the executive director at Horton's Kids, Southeast DC's longstanding nonprofit organization that supports kids academically and social emotionally with the essentials they and their families need to thrive. Thank you so much for holding this budget hearing and for allowing me to testify today. We are requesting the council consider a $500,000 allocation for Horton's Kids in the upcoming year's budget to support our $5 million goal of our Securing Futures for Southeast Capital campaign. We're nearly 70% of the way there, and we are requesting funding in order to better serve hundreds more children and families in the half-mile radius surrounding our new Horton's Hub, which is on 2233 Hunter Place in Anacostia. We actively seek to leverage the hub to partner with other organizations to increase access to economic opportunities, health and wellness, and other vital services. We also recognize the importance of deepening investments in youth enrichment and exposure that helps kids persist through the obstacles that they face. We plan on expanding programming for youth alumni as they make their transition into adulthood. Reaching and serving more young people, especially older youth, is critical as we battle a rise in violence in the community. As we are all aware and that we've just heard about, there is an increase in violence in the district. For Horton's Kids participants and staff, this is not an abstract idea. It is a matter of life and death. Community members have been shot and a security guard was killed. Participants and staff have had to shelter in place numerous times in the past 5 to 6 weeks as gunshots have rang out feet from our community resource centers in both Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks. It has gotten to the point where caregivers are opting to keep their children at home and not send them just a few steps away to our centers or even to school out of fear of harm. And our staff are truly beginning to burn out under the constant stress of operating in dangerous situations. We absolutely recognize that reducing violence is a complex, long-term collaborative effort from all of the entities that are working hard at this. We are committed to finding solutions with our partners. According to our most recent community and family engagement survey, 77% of respondents wanted support with crime prevention and 65% wanted to see a greater police presence in their neighborhood. Building on these findings, we convened as stakeholders in the fall, including residents, community-based organizations, the mayor's office, MPD, and we're continuing to develop these relationships. None of this would be possible though without the new Horton's Hub, because we now have access to 19,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor space just a half a mile from our 2 community resource centers, and this has been a game changer. We hosted the convening at the hub, and we've since hosted MPD events to build deeper relationships between the community and police there as well. When gun violence spiked recently, as I mentioned, in Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks, we were able to bring our participants to the hub, which is located on a block that is considered more neutral and not disrupt the critical learning and remediation that's happening due to loss from the pandemic. Being able to continue our programs is critical, as we know that healthy youth development outlets provide alternatives for youth who might otherwise be involved in risky behavior. In a neighborhood where only 40 to 50% of high school seniors graduate on time in any given year, students enrolled in Horton's Kids are twice as likely to graduate from high school. And in fact, for the last 6 years, 100% have graduated on time. So I do want to reiterate in conclusion that Horton's Kids comprehensive program does provide the opportunity to interrupt cycles of violence and poverty to help youth overcome the debilitating equity gap so they can graduate high school ready for college, career, and life. And with your help and support, we can make sure that more children in Southeast can have these resources and ensure that they graduate ready to pursue their dreams and build the life that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Erica. And I'm sorry to hear those stories. Appreciate you sharing. Let me see who is here next. We will go to Kara Scheiden, public witness.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate everyone's focus and efforts to reduce violence and make our city safer. My name is Kara Scheiden, and my family and I live in Ward 6 in the Hill East community, about 1 block from the Potomac Avenue Metro Station. We moved here 6 years ago when my son was an infant, and this is the only home that he and his sister, now 3, have ever known. We love our community and many days feel like we're the luckiest people in the world who get to live here. However, in recent months, we've experienced a severe and traumatic uptick in gun violence immediately around our home, causing extreme distress and concern for our safety and the safety of others. And this is why I'm here today as an advocate for my children, my neighbors, and the many people and children who pass through the transit hub each day. Specifically, I'm seeking your partnership to support 2 initiatives for the Potomac Avenue Metro Station: a permanent full-time coordinated police presence inside and around the Potomac Avenue Station from open to close, including with the coordination between the Metro Police Department and the Metro Transit officers, as well as safe passage to protect the close to 2,000 students attending the schools within a half mile of the station, and those others who are commuting to and from school through the station each day. I wanted to share just a brief personal note that on January 2nd, the last day of DCPS's winter break, my family and I were walking home from a neighbor's house at 5:45 p.m. and a shooting broke out in front of us and divided our family on opposite sides of the shootout with automatic guns. Not knowing if my husband and daughter were safe, my son and I took cover behind a parked car while bullets rang out, tore into a neighbor's living room, pierced parked vehicles, and injured a bystander. The shooters fled in their vehicles at high speed, hitting parked cars as they made their exit. And it's solely by the grace of God that my family and I were safe. And I strongly believe that all lives are too precious to rely on luck and good fortune. This was not the first instance of gun violence in the area, but the impact was severe. And when my son was searching for answers, I found the violence was inexplicable, but promised that we would work to make this very bad experience for us into something good. Unfortunately, since then, there's been a persistent gun violence in our neighborhood. We had, of course, the mass shooting at the Potomac Avenue Station on February 1st that resulted in the death of the transit officer. We learned at the time, and I'm just speaking quickly because the time is going very quickly, but there were delays in communications between 911 and MPD contributing to the duration and the fear of commuters. We reached out to the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kinn, imploring him to initiate a safe passage program at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station. He denied our request and didn't bother to respond to emails. I know we can and must do better. Our community is activated and organized with over 100 members in our neighborhood violence prevention group. You'll hear from a couple more, I think right now. But today, again, I'm just asking that you please account for this increase in violence in our neighborhood and allocating resources to this area, which is a unique transit hub, helping us to reduce violent crime and feel safe again. I know that it's a very difficult and widespread issue of crime, and there's a multitude of demands for funding, but we're hoping that these relatively small requests can be accommodated in this year's budget. Again, a full-time coordinated MPD and Metro Transit presence at the Potomac Avenue Station, and a safe passage program to help protect the thousands of students that attend school in this neighborhood, and the many more who rely on the Metro to commute every day. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Kara. Appreciate that. And I think part of the the proposed shift of safe passage from Deputy Mayor for Education to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice will enable those needs to be communicated more quickly with public safety partners and make sure that the resources get to where they need to go. So I appreciate you sharing that example as well. Next up, we will hear from Julie Johnson from Neighbors for Justice DC. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Johnson, co-founder of Neighbors for Justice. We are a local group that strives to be better neighbors to those at the DC jail and beyond. We have 500 members and are co-led by neighbors and returning citizens. I also live near the Potomac Avenue Metro Station and am testifying today as both a neighbor and on behalf of Neighbors for Justice. In recent months, Our neighborhood has had several violent and gun-related incidents, often centered at or near the Potomac Avenue Metro. Neighbors have experienced these incidents firsthand. Many are concerned for their family's safety. We have had several meetings with Councilmember Allen, MPD, ANC, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, WMATA, and others. We've also reviewed DC's Gun Violence Prevention Strategic Plan and are focusing on all 3 prongs of the plan for our neighborhood and with the support of our council member. Our neighborhood, as you just heard, is requesting funding for safe passage at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station. We have 4 schools nearby that use this metro and students who come from both our neighborhood and across the river to get on the metro to access other schools around DC. Across multiple meetings, neighbors have called for and continue to call for safe passage to be incorporated into a local gun violence prevention strategy. We believe safe passage will provide an important presence at this critical transportation hub and is a key step in creating a safe space for students and others who use the metro. My organization, Neighbors for Justice, stands ready to manage safe passage. We are based in the neighborhood and are co-led by 2 members who are also safe passage providers and credible messengers, one of whom also manages violence interrupters. We have support from the neighborhood to manage this program on behalf of the neighborhood. Additionally, to Council Member White's point about the need to emphasize violence prevention and not just violence response, Neighbors for Justice urges the council to take the following 2 actions. 1, increase funding for credible messengers and violence interrupters. Right now, the district has huge incentives available to recruit and hire more law enforcement personnel. This includes signing bonuses, housing support, student loan debt relief, and more. However, credible messengers and violence interrupters play an absolutely essential role in violence prevention. They are on the front lines helping keep the district safe, yet the mayor's budget does not reflect this. We need more credible messengers and violence interrupters, not less. These essential workers are often returning citizens who do the important work of building relationships and changing trajectories so that violence does not occur. These are high-risk roles, and their salaries should reflect that. They deserve retirement benefits and pay that encourages their retention. Number 2, provide full funding for existing and new recreation centers. Recreation centers are an important part of a thriving community and are actually directly related to violence prevention and community transformation. How can we say that we stand for safe and thriving communities when we don't invest in the resources to support them? Recreation centers should be open all the time and not have limited hours. We need more of them, not fewer. I heard from one neighbor who grew up in DC's recreation centers. He spoke of the skills and opportunities he gained and what it meant for his life. I've also heard from credible messengers who've noted the importance of and need for more of these centers. In our neighborhood, one neighbor noted how the empty Harris Teeter location, which is right across from a school and the Potomac Avenue Metro Station, would make an excellent recreation center. In closing, we want everyone to be safe. We want everyone to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Next, we will hear from Karen Ernst, public witness.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Karen, and I'm testifying to urge the mayor and council to fund safe passage workers for the Potomac Avenue Metro. I just want to support everything that Julie and Kara have just said about what's been happening in our neighborhood and what we're trying to do to focus on improving that. I was shocked to hear earlier in this hearing that Mayor Bowser's proposed decreasing funding for so many violence prevention programs. I wholeheartedly support proposals for increasing funding for both crime prevention and mental health services. We need to be doubling down on violence prevention at this critical moment and not reducing it. I've lived within 1 block of Potomac Avenue Metro for the last 23 years and raised 2 daughters here. They've been taking public transit independently since they were 10 years old. And until this year, I never feared for their safety, but that has all changed. Kara and Julie have both mentioned the rash of gun violence we've had, but just to give you a sense of it, In December, we had a shootout next to the metro. We had another shootout at the corner of Pennsylvania and 15th, also in December. There was another shootout on January 2nd, in which shots were fired through residents' windows. A bystander was shot in the foot. We had a mass shooting at Potomac Avenue on February 1st, in which 2 bystanders were shot and a Metro employee was killed. We had another shooting on March 7th, in which a man was killed, and yet another shooting at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and 11th on March 12th, in which 3 individuals were shot and 1 was killed. And then another shooting at Potomac Avenue Metro Station on March 30th. I thought it was important just to outline that we're not just talking a sense of fear, that there's a dramatic increase of gun violence in this immediate area. Residents have been traumatized by the level of gun violence and the number of innocent bystanders who have been shot. Like many residents, I'm afraid now to send my daughter on the metro, and I'm increasingly concerned about her walking through the neighborhood. Also, as Julie and Kara have mentioned, there are close to 2,000 students who go to school within a half-mile walk of Potomac Avenue Metro. Most of those students are out of boundary, and most of them get to school by public transit. And this doesn't even include the hundreds of students that bus from Ward 7 over to Potomac Avenue Metro and transfer to the metro station to get to schools in other parts of the city. The community has been meeting regularly and working with our council members, police, Metro and Transit, and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to come up with a strategy. As Julie said, we're working on all 3 prongs of the public safety approach in the recent public safety plan. And that includes increased presence, police presence, community activation of the Metro Plaza to displace unwanted activity, and getting safe passage workers for the Metro Plaza. Having a safe passage worker at the station would ensure not only a greater sense of safety, but it would improve actual safety by having someone monitor, report, and coordinate public safety responses in a timely fashion. We cannot wait until a student becomes a victim of violence before we take action. The mayor needs to fund safe passage workers for Potomac Avenue Metro now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. Next, we will hear from Natalie Otero, Executive Director of DC Safe.
Hi, thank you very much, Councilperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I am the co-founder and executive director of DC Safe. We are the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in the District of Columbia. Last year, we served a record number of 11,657 clients and families, representing around a 60% increase in clients since before the pandemic. When I testified at the performance oversight hearing back in February, I spoke about DC Safe's extensive partnership with OVSJG, MPD, and other agencies under the public safety cluster. I also described a high-risk domestic violence initiative, or the HRDVI, and the need for the city to recommit to its investment, both fiscally and ideologically this year. Today, I want to speak directly to our concern about the proposed city budget, specifically the drastic cuts to victim services and their implications for DC Safe and the fidelity of our partnerships with public safety agencies. Firstly, I want to reiterate what my colleague Kylie Hogan spoke to a couple of weeks ago at the budget hearing for MPD, which is our largest referral source at 60%. MPD is also a key partner in the HRDVI and our efforts to improve and innovate domestic violence homicide reduction and prevention strategies. That said, MPD itself is limited in the resources that it can dedicate to domestic violence response, which has created a bottleneck and many challenges for DC Safe's service delivery model. Thankfully, the American Rescue Plan and other COVID relief dollars allowed us to expand our crisis response team throughout the pandemic. However, with the projected 30% cut to OVSJG's budget next year, we fear that we will have to make difficult decisions about operating priorities that could jeopardize the current scope of our partnerships, which is right now absorbing several client populations outside of our mission, including cases involving parents and minor children, families with severe and persistent mental health issues, roommate conflicts, and other types of domestic disputes between non-intimate partners. The housing crisis and other effects of COVID-19 have created unprecedented disruption in the community, and innovative approaches to community needs are critical. A commitment to creative and holistic means of address the needs of a whole community must be reflected in the larger city budget.
Historically, the police have been shouldered with providing a police response to issues of poverty and social justice in a way that is unrealistic, and that the community itself is constantly asking for change. To create better solutions, community organizations like ours need the tools and the funding to create sustainable partnerships, drive holistic programming, and offer tangible resources to those in need. That said, it is extremely concerning to us that the mayor's FY24 budget proposes major cuts not only to victim services, but also to emergency rental assistance and other social safety net programs. If these budget cuts go through, we anticipate an even greater strain on the demands for all city agencies and victim services providers who are facing the same fears about funding cuts going into next year. With this, I urge the committee to consider how it can redirect investment within the public safety cluster to, at a minimum, restore baseline funding for current services, but ideally also to invest in the viability and sustainability of our mutual capacity to bring alternative public safety options to the District of Columbia. For example, I know that this committee has heard me speak about the HRDVI. We are presently awaiting an amended city administrator's order, which governs the structure and mechanisms of the HRDVI. Excuse me, with over 20,000 reports taken for domestic violence by MPD in 2022, and the increase in fatalities that we saw during the pandemic. An amended order is essential to identifying those most vulnerable to increased violence and to bring city agencies together to find solutions. However, an updated order without adequate funding for the participating agencies is what I consider to be benign neglect of a 15-year-old program that began as the first of its kind homicide reduction program, and with proper investment could continue to serve as a national model for innovation. I wanted to conclude today by sharing that DC Safe stands with the Victim Assistance Network, along with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, both of whom are calling on the city to ensure an adequate baseline of funding following the pandemic for victim services funding at large. I hope that my testimony, along with the other testimonies from our community here today, will stay with you in the upcoming series of markups and affect the changes needed to secure and improve our city's public safety infrastructure. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Natalia. With that, I'm going to have some questions for you in a moment. I do want to circle back to some of our witnesses who may be with us now. Anya Kreider from Council for Court Excellence, and I'll do one final call for Leona Agarides, Sharon Price, and Reed May, if you're here. Otherwise, Anya, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Anya Kreider, and I'm the Open Horizons Criminal Justice Fellow for the Council for Court Excellence. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with the mission to enhance the justice system in the District of Columbia. For 40 years, CCE has worked to improve the administration of justice in the courts and related agencies in DC through research and policy analysis, facilitating collaboration and convening diverse stakeholders, and creating educational resources for the public. Please note that per our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. I'm here today to talk about an imperative budget investment, funding for local paroling authority. We are concerned to see that the mayor did not allocate funding for a new local paroling authority in her proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. A reasonable investment of just $4 million in the fiscal year 2024 budget will propel the district towards establishing a local paroling authority and ultimately increase local control. The need for this funding is urgent, given that this past December, Congress reauthorized the U.S. Parole Commission for only 1 year. The sunset of the USPC is now slated for October 31st, 2023. After multiple opportunities to regain control over a critical piece of our criminal legal system, the district has yet another opportunity to exhibit responsibility and leadership in the face of federal control. Frankly, the district missed a vital opportunity towards autonomy this past year by failing to establish a plan for a local paroling authority. However, this failure does not relieve the district of its responsibility to establish a plan. In fiscal year 2022, over 85% of USPC's hearings were DC cases, even though none of its decision makers were selected by or accountable to district residents. Even more troubling are the racial disparities among those that would be directly impacted by the district claiming control of the paroling authority. More than 96% of DC code offenders housed at BOP facilities are Black, and 89% of the court services and offender supervision agencies, CSOSAs, supervisees were Black as of fiscal year 2019. As the USPC was slated to sunset last year, Mayor Muriel Bowser requested more time to develop and fund the necessary infrastructure to take back local control of parole. We now urge the council to do precisely what the mayor requested, fund and develop a paroling authority. For the district to arrive at yet another sunset date without a plan in place would reflect poorly on the district's ability to self-govern, a congressional concern that has been heightened in recent months. The district cannot afford to provide more ammunition for the argument that the federal government can and should take increased control within the district's criminal legal system. Additionally, the financial investment is modest. The USPC has an annual budget of $13 million, but the Justice Policy Institute estimated in its December 2019 report titled Restoring Local Control of Parole in the District of Columbia that the annual budget of a parole board may be around just $4 million after initial startup costs. As explained by the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, the initial funding would cover startup costs, the cost of physical space, travel to prisons for hearings, and more. The biggest challenge to establishing a new local paroling authority to date has been getting district leaders to complete their evaluation of community feedback, weigh the options, make a decision, and start moving the process forward. We cannot continue to delay the district's responsibility to take local control of parole as if there were no consequences for our residents. A new local paroling authority could change policies in recognition of the decades of damage inflicted upon the district's Black community by a history that includes biased policing, harsh sentencing laws, aggressive prosecutions, restrictive parole grant policies, and punitive revocation procedures. It would also ensure thoughtful consideration of public safety and the consequences of release for victims of crime. While we ask for a modest budgetary investment, the benefits of restoring control to DC and humanity and dignity to DC residents entangled in the parole system are significant. The investment discussed in my testimony today is long overdue. For many years, CCE, the District of Task Force on Jails and Justice, and other advocates have been advocating for a new, non-traditional paroling authority. DC leaders have an opportunity to make investments that will transform DC's criminal legal system. We will do even more harm if we put this investment off any longer. And so I urge you to add $4 million into the fiscal year 2024 budget to establish a local paroling authority. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Anya. Appreciate it. And I share your concern and frustration that we are not able to move forward as a city as fast as we need to, and really worry about undermining our ability to do so moving forward. So look forward to working with you on that this year. I want to ask our witnesses who talked about the need for safe passage at Potomac Avenue Metro. If you can talk a little bit about kind of what benefit you think that would have. I understand the folks and the students who use that Metro stop that many of you highlighted, but kind of what you think in practice that would be able to prevent in the future.
Sure, I can start, and any of my co-neighbors can jump in at any point. So we recognize that safe passage is definitely not law enforcement, right? They are not going to necessarily engage during an incident, but what safe passage provides, honestly, one of the 2 points. Number one, I would say, is visibility, right? Having a regular presence of a safe passage team, I think, is really important because they see who's coming and going. They get to know the community. And when things happen, they are actually eyes on the ground. They meet at the end of each day to do a report out from the team. while we do have increased law enforcement presence at the Metro, I feel like I tend to see them behind the Metro parked in their vehicles, and Safe Passage is right there. They're at all of the key intersections. So I think visibility, and because they see what happens, they're able to communicate more information when there is an incident. And by having their presence, we're trying to focus not just on prevention, but on community transformation. We want to create a sense of a safe space for everyone. And I think the friendliness, right, seeing the same faces over and over is a very positive thing for the community. And it goes hand in hand with, as was mentioned, the mini grant that we have applied for to do more community interactions at Potomac Avenue Metro as part of our strategy.
Great, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead, Kara.
Hi, thank you again for the opportunity to speak about the importance of safe passage. And I just want to echo what Julie has already shared, and just note that from my personal perspective, I'm as I mentioned, a parent of 2, and I do drop-offs at Two Rivers Public Charter School every day. And one of the safe passage workers out there, every morning I said hi to him today at about 8:15, was one of the leaders of Julie's organization. And he's out there, we speak regularly, as I do with the other safe passage community members that are there to help make sure that the children and families are safe. So that's something that on a daily basis is really important to me, and does increase the feeling of security and safety as we're commuting with our children and making sure they get to school safely. And I would love for families to and students to have that experience at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station. I think it will just increase the feeling of security and community, and really help us in our multi-pronged efforts to kind of transform and reinvigorate the neighborhood to make sure we're all moving in the direction of greater safety for everyone.
Great, okay, gotcha, thank you. And Natalia, I wanted to ask you about, and I share your concerns about these cuts. I think it is just so clear and heartbreaking how the prevalence of domestic violence has just been increasing every year. And while much of it takes place behind the scenes and behind closed doors, the need is so great. And we need to make sure that the city is investing in those much needed services to support our victims. Can you talk a little bit by the numbers of what you're seeing and how these proposed budget cuts would impact the amount of people you are able to serve?
Certainly. So pre-pandemic, we saw about 6,000 survivors a year. And very early on in the pandemic, we saw just a huge increase in the number of survivors that were coming to receive services, and it kind of plateaued at over 11,000 survivors. So over a very small amount of time, we had to kind of commit to increasing resources. Over the span of COVID, the organization, with the assistance of emergency funding and all of our community supporters, doubled our budget to meet the need in the community in terms of critical interventions. That's not to say that there isn't a whole other continuum behind us in terms of other services. We run a response line, which is like a 1-800 number for first responders. And so we're typically called by 60% of our calls are from MPD. All told, calls coming in and out, not clients, but calls, we're receiving about 40,000 calls a year and making and receiving those calls, trying to coordinate services for survivors. But I think what is really concerning to me is that of those 11,000, about 1,800 to 2,000 a year are assessing as high risk for reassault or homicide. And those are the clients that we're extremely concerned about in terms of their risk level, and are focusing our energy and prevention efforts with them, so that we're doing harm reduction and homicide prevention stuff with them. I think that the cuts in the budget are going to have very severe consequences in terms of what people are able to access immediately to keep safe. But I think there's also another aspect of this, and that is that prior to the pandemic, our community was taking a lot of care in creating structures to support survivors and to ensure that the systems that come into contact with them are actually well trained and have the resources necessary and know how to intervene in these cases so that we can keep people safe. And what I see happening is kind of an erosion of those systems. So if we're not able to actually, if we're made to make decisions between providing tangible services and keeping the infrastructure running, most organizations will always say, I would rather have somebody providing those services. But then over time, what ends up happening is that there's an ineffectual then response to people that are at greatest risk. So just to give you an example, prior to the pandemic, we had only, for the decade preceding the pandemic, we had only lost 3 survivors to homicide that we were actively working with through our lethality assessment program. And during the pandemic, we're up to, I think, 18 now. And so that just tells me that this is the time to actually invest in more innovative ways of these critical interventions and ensuring that the services are there. I don't know if I specifically answered your question, but I will say I'm extremely concerned. I have been in this community for over 20 years doing this work, and I have never seen these numbers, and I have never seen such an increase in critical cases in my career here and in the 17 years with this organization. So it is definitely extremely serious. And if we do not do something, we will see the ramifications and we will see people dying.
Well, thank you so much, Natalia, and thank you for the work that you do. It is so important, and we on the committee are going to do everything we can to try to find additional funding. But I know it's a huge gap and a huge need. So thank you, and thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel who testified. We are going to move on to Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah. If you are here. Great. Hi, welcome. And as you know, Deputy Mayor, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm unable to hear you. You look like you're off mute. Could you try again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, there's quite a bit of an echo. I would maybe put your video.
It was another computer unmuted, so that should be better now.
Okay, perfect. Great. Well, welcome, and we'll just try that oath one more time.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide for the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead if you have an opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Lindsay Appiah, Acting Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and I'm testifying today on Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. The investment made in DC's recovery plan have translated to more jobs, lower unemployment, more tourism, and the opportunity to experience the very best of what DC has to offer. This FY 2024 Fair Shot budget acknowledges the economic realities we face by prioritizing the most critical investments we needed to make our city a place people want to call home, do business, and visit. DMPSJ provides direction, guidance, support, and coordination to the district's public safety agencies to develop and lead interagency public safety initiatives to improve the quality of life in the district's neighborhoods. Mayor Bowser has set clear priorities for public safety. We must reduce crime, gun and juvenile violence. As I shared with the committee during DMPSJ performance hearing in February, enhancing the safety of our residents in all 8 wards is one of the most pressing responsibilities we have as a government. Under my leadership and with the mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget, my office will continue to work to outline a clear strategic vision and implement a framework that supports crime reduction and the enhancement of the safety of our residents and visitors that includes cross-cluster interventions and whole of government strategies. The mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget for DMPSJ is approximately $11,248,000 and includes 14 FTEs. The increase in our budget is from the transfer of safe passage from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education to DMPSJ. While DMPSJ has provided operational support for safe passage, safe blocks since its inception, beginning in FY 2024, my team will coordinate and manage the program, including the evaluation of its effectiveness and measure outcomes. The budget transfer includes approximately $3.8 million in reoccurring funds and a one-time ARPA enhancement of approximately $5.2 million, totaling a little over $9 million. We're currently working with DME and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants on a transition plan for the program to ensure no service disruptions for the 2024 school year. This move is demonstrative of the executive's commitment to ensuring a cohesive, coordinated continuum of prevention services and supports under the PSJ umbrella. During the past year and a half, PSJ has demonstrated repeatedly our ability to lead successful public safety efforts, such as GO teams, community resource pop-ups, and our multi-agency public safety task forces. Our task forces bring a collaborative approach to address violent crime and other concerns occurring in key corridors and nightlife areas. During the past fiscal year and this fiscal year to date, our coordinated interagency cross-cluster initiatives have demonstrated outcomes of reducing crime and increasing presence in our neighborhoods. We look forward to updating the committee and the council on the Safe Passage transition plan in the coming months. To provide a balanced budget in this current economic climate required agencies to make tough decisions on the realities of hiring vacancies with the current workforce shortage. You'll notice in our fiscal year 2024 budget, my team has had a decrease of 1 FTE. If I was going to ask agencies to take a critical eye and make tough decisions on their vacancies, I needed to do the same. With a new chief of staff and senior policy advisor, DMPSJ plans to hire our remaining vacancies in the coming months. We recognize our office has a big task ahead and are committed to staffing our office as we are to helping our agencies do the same. All 12 of the PSJ agencies are part of the public safety and justice ecosystem and have a role in advancing the priorities the mayor has outlined for us. To do so requires intentional efforts by our agencies to refocus on getting back to their basics. I've asked PSJ agencies to continue to be engaged, efficient, and effective at their core functions because our residents and visitors rightfully expect us to be excellent in these areas. One of the key priorities for our agencies, both now and into fiscal year 2024, is ensuring adequate staffing for the vital work they must perform. The work of the PSJ cluster is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. PSJ agencies respond when residents are at their most vulnerable, and we recognize that it's critical that our response is timely, effective, and high quality. To do this, it takes well-trained, well-equipped, fully staffed agencies. But the pandemic has taken its toll both on current staff and on the pool of potential applicants. Given the critical nature of the work done by our PSJ agencies, the executive will not lower our standards to fill positions. Therefore, we must be creative in the recruitment of new employees in hard to fill positions to our ranks. Additionally, we must preserve investments that help improve the well-being of current staff to ensure we do not contribute to attrition until our hiring can catch up. The executive is supporting our agencies with a budget that allows for creative recruiting to ensure agencies have sufficient and qualified staff to deliver their core functions. While this budget has forced us to evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of all parts of our government operations and at times to reallocate funds, doing so has allowed Mayor Bowser to make new investments in the public safety and justice cluster that strengthen services focusing on crime reduction and prosperity for residents through life-changing education and workforce opportunities, while also refocusing our agencies on getting back to the basics by improving core government services and the customer experience. Mayor Bowser has said it many times. We need a fully staffed police department. The right number to allow for well-trained, flexible force is 4,000 sworn officers, and it's going to take time to rebuild the force. The Metropolitan Police Department is understaffed, causing them to be overly reliant on overtime to meet the wide range of tasks and responsibilities they're presented with in our city. We're committed to ensuring that MPD maintains strong hiring practices that result in the best candidates. More officers help with faster police response to priority calls, ensure appropriately staffed patrol and investigative functions, as well as specialized units, provide surge capacity to deal with emergencies in the district, and ensure comprehensive annual training is provided to officers without reducing officers on the street. The FY24 budget directs investments in recruitment and conversion bonuses for new MPD hires of $5.4 million and $1.2 million for expanded educational incentives. Last week, Mayor Bowser announced new hire bonuses for MPD are increasing from $20,000 to $25,000. MPD's budget also directs $2.1 million to support 18 FTEs to support civilianization efforts, reducing the need for sworn officers to cover civilian roles and duties. This creates an opportunity to return sworn officers into patrol rotation to support crime reduction efforts in our neighborhoods. The District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department will launch DC's first paramedic school, with Mayor Bowser funding $1.23 million and 2 FTEs for the initiative. FEMS will accept its first students in the summer of 2024. This investment will double paramedics onboarding each year from 35 to 70 and reinforces Mayor Bowser's priority to create pathways to the middle class. The FY24 budget also commits $29 million to replace fire and EMS emergency response vehicles, including ambulances and fire truck and ladder trucks, as well as $1.2 million to support the maintenance of these critical apparatus. The FY24 budget allocates $7.1 million to the Office of Unified Communications to support the replacement of portable radios for MPD and FEMS, as well as other communications updates, including the construction of a new 4D tower and the renovation of the Public Safety Communications Center. There's also $2.5 million in OUC's operating budget for the ongoing support of Next Generation 911. This funding will support enhanced call routing and upgrades to thwart attacks on our telephone systems. The proposed budget also includes a $400,000 enhancement to upgrade OUC's 911 and 311 hardware. Mayor Bowser's FY24 budget also includes $277 million for building a new annex to the correctional treatment facility at the Department of Corrections. This annex will be a modernized facility that better supports successful rehabilitation and reentry. Funds have been advanced in FY24 and FY25 to allow us to continue our planning and design work. There's also a $4 million enhancement to support high-quality education services for the Department of Corrections inmates with special education needs. Lastly, I'd like to share my support for the following proposed Budget Support Act provisions, which streamline services and ensure we are being efficient and effective. Over the next few weeks, I look forward to working collaboratively on these critical public safety initiatives, streamlining the functioning of the Department of Forensic Sciences. We recognize the critical importance of DFS to the functioning and health of our public safety and justice ecosystem. To that end, we're proposing several measures aimed at allowing DFS to focus on its core function of forensics. First, we propose moving 2 units, crime scene services back to MPD and the public health laboratory to DC Health. Currently, both DFS and MPD perform evidence collection, which is not a forensic activity. Returning the crime scene unit to MPD benefits DFS's ability to focus on reaccreditation, and allows MPD to remove sworn officers from evidence collection, redirecting them back into the critical role of policing, while DFS will still be responsible for evidence processing, testing, and analysis. The executive was supportive of portions of the Restoring Trust and Credibility to Forensic Science Amendment Act of 2022 that were consistent with the recommendations of the SNA International report issued in December 2021. However, the executive does not support the proposal to make DFS independent of the executive branch, consistent with concerns raised by the DC auditor and various other stakeholders. We believe moving the reporting structure from the executive to board oversight will cause delays in budget and procurement, potentially delaying services to residents and agencies who utilize the lab services. Additionally, keeping DFS under the executive umbrella allows the agency to receive a timely and responsive budget whose mission and needs can be supported easily by other agencies like the DC Department of Human Resources, Department of General Services, and the Office of Contracting and Procurement. Finally, we believe the stakeholder council should remain chaired by DMPSJ, as this position is responsible for the coordination of agencies and relationships between all public safety stakeholders, including local and federal partners. This is far beyond the scope of OCME's authority, and we do not believe it's appropriate for the agency to assume this difficult role. Sunsetting the Criminal Code Reform Commission. The Criminal Code Reform Commission submitted its recommendations on a revised criminal code on March 31st, 2021, and the revised Criminal Code Act of 2021 on October 1st, 2021. It's now up to the council and the executive to craft policy. As such, the work of the commission is complete and sunset is appropriate. Reversing the drawdown of the MPD School Safety Division. The proposed subtitle will reverse the drawdown of MPD School Safety Division. The executive strongly believes school resource officers help keep students safe, and without them, school administrators have less timely recourse when a situation escalates quickly or when a weapon is used in a fight. We've heard from school leaders and students across the city that they feel safest when SROs are present and available to their school committees. We look forward to working with you on this provision and the legislation proposed by you, Councilmember White, Councilmember Gray, and Chairman Mendelson, B250153, the Safe Schools and Students Amendment Act of 2023. Transfer the concealed pistol license appeal process to OAG. We recognize this will be done in separate legislation, but as part of the Budget Support Act, the mayor proposed transferring oversight and operation of the Controlled Pistol License Review Board to the Office of Administrative Hearings, which currently hears appeals of concealed pistol registration denials. We believe such a move is in the interest of efficiency and legal consistency. In fiscal year 2024, DMPSJ will continue to prioritize coordination, collaboration, and transparency. We will be accountable to meeting our residents' reasonable expectations of excellence in meeting and delivering our agency missions. My team and the entire workforce of the PSJ cluster agencies will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that residents in all 8 wards and visitors are safe and feel safe. Thank you for the time, and I'll answer any questions you and the committee may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that and the additional context for some of the Budget Support Act proposals as well. So I want to start with one of the shifts in the proposed budget around the Safe Passage program. Can you articulate why you think DMPSJ is better equipped to administer the Safe Passage program than the Deputy Mayor for Education's office? And in what ways will DME support that transition as you work to support the program?
Sure. One of the things that I think that you heard from the public witnesses and what you hear from us in the executive through this proposal is that we believe that safe passages is an important part of our prevention continuum, right? Whether it is credible messengers or One's Leadership Academy or our violence intervention programs, all which are the other programs which I named are under the umbrella of DMPSJ, whether through our agencies or otherwise, which one of the things we've emphasized a lot is coordination, the importance of coordination and communication. We have provided DMPSJ operational support right? Like, because many of the providers who do safe passage work with us in many of the other programs, prevention-based programs. So there's relationship in this space, and there's an understanding and partnership, right, through credible messenger or otherwise. And so it was important for DMPSJ to be a part of helping to facilitate that, since DME's mission is a bit different, and these providers are not ones they often work with. We believe facilitating the full transition and allowing DME to continue to be a support versus being the primary administrator of the really most of the administrative function is some of that streamlined work that we've talked about. But also in the OBSJG, who would do our granting, is very familiar with these providers, and also in helping us to craft the type of grant agreements that outline very clear expectations and training and all of the pieces of operating the program that we think that will help to strengthen it. Universal training, clear position descriptions. And I've spoken before to you, Chairwoman, and also this committee about the need for the enumeration of a clear continuum. Safe passages fits within that. And so having people really understand the difference between a safe passage worker versus workers who work with One Leadership Academy versus VIs, and how they all work together is really critical. And having that all of those pieces reside under the DMPSJ umbrella, with the work and the collaboration that we have across the board, across our continuum, we think will really strengthen the effectiveness of not just safe passages, but our efforts at reducing crime through prevention all the way around.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And can you provide a little more context on, and I know their services are slightly different depending on the location, but for folks who may not be familiar with the Safe Passage program, can you provide just kind of a practical example of the type of work that they are doing and how it improves public safety, and also how many Safe Passage workers we currently have in the city employed?
Sure. I mean, I don't have the exact number. We are servicing 52 schools in 8 different priority areas, and the numbers are a bit variable in the 200 range, but it's sort of an up and down. So happy to get the exact number. But what they do, primarily the goal of Safe Passages, Safe Blocks is to have caring, trusted adults, right, along sort of hotspots in priority areas where we know young people are having challenges getting to school. So near metros, near areas where we know young people, large numbers of young people walk to get to school. It's this idea in juvenile, I come from juvenile justice background, that one of the large precursors really to juvenile justice system involvement is truancy, right? And we know that sometimes there's a host of reasons kids aren't going to school. But so we want to be creating at least that avenue for them through the presence, which we often say presence really helps to create a feeling of safety and actual safety, having that physical presence in those hotspots where young people are traversing a route to school. And so that's sort of the very basic. There's some variability in what people are doing, and that's really part of the reason we think the transition is administratively and also operationally wise, because we look at a lot of data in our space, right? Like, what are the hotspots, whether it's in policing or where we have our VIs or how we're deploying this. That's also that same type of analysis we're doing in the safe passage space, right? Like, I just came over from talking with our data analyst and looking at our dashboards around hotspots, right? Like, where are we seeing significant incidents in or around schools, such that we can make deployment in a certain way. So,
and are we seeing a lot of our safe passage workers? Well, the physical presence is helpful, but then is there a next step? Are they walking with kids to school, walking them to the door in some cases, like, or is it just they're stationed along the route to?
I mean, this is the thing, it's different, right? Like, because it's almost the same as like with VIs, right? It's different. There might be some where it's like they need to stay at Metro because that's where we're seeing a lot of incidents. Or we were at Kelly Miller doing a resource pop-up last week, and the assistant principal talked about how there's a store down the hill where a lot of young people congregate, and there's been a lot of criminal activity. That's a place we might station a safe passage worker there, because getting to and from around that store may cause issues. Some may walk. There might, if you were to go right, like near Cardozo, for instance, you'll see them maybe a little closer to the school. It really is about where are we seeing issues, right? And like, where are the spaces that are going to best get kids to school? And then also sometimes there's clustering of schools. So for instance, Whittier, I think it's Whittier, Ida B. Wells, and Coolidge are basically like all on the same, they're pretty much up the same street. So you might see more of a stationary presence there. It really, there's a lot of somewhat flexibility in deployment, which one of the things we really know we need to improve on and want to work with is the schools individually to say, okay, there's the route that we think, but where are hotspots that you're seeing? Is it behind the school? Is there a corner where kids are congregating? Things like that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm concerned about the budget not being recurring, because in the budget chapter, the program is funded with one-time local dollars using ARPA dollars, which are going to expire in December 2024. So why aren't we investing recurring dollars in this program?
So we do have some, right? Like there's a $3 million, I believe it's 3 million local, and then 5.2. Originally, when the program was stood up in 2021, it was an allowable use of ARPA. And so like many of the programs that where we made investments in the gun violence space, what we're doing is evaluating what are the right levels, right? So what we funded at next year is the level we're at this year, while we look at what this year, you'll hear us say it's a back to basic year, right? Like we believe in safe passages, and that's why you're seeing a local investment. But sort of figuring out what the right level is one thing we're working on. And certainly to the extent we have allowable uses for ARPA, we've invested, right, like all the way through FY24 as much as we can with our federal dollars. And it doesn't indicate a lack of belief in program or otherwise. It's, we have those dollars. These are what we determined, a couple of years ago when those determinations were made were good uses. And so we'll be evaluating what's the right level up or down on local.
Thank you. And you may have heard some of our public witnesses talk about the need for safe passage to Potomac Avenue Metro stop. Do you have any initial thoughts on this proposal and request?
Sure. So we certainly heard that request, and we absolutely understood the fear and very, very reasonable concern, particularly after the shooting at the Potomac Avenue Metro. And so both Deputy Mayor Kine and myself looked at it, and we looked at the data. Right. And because we have to, because what we recognize is we will always in our city have more need than the ability to staff everywhere. And so what we do, and this is what we do anytime a request comes in, we look at the data of when are incidents occurring and where are they occurring, right? Like, because, and that's what we did here and shared this data shared the data that primarily where we are seeing crime in those areas was at times when we wouldn't have safe passage there. And that doesn't necessarily mean that next year there wouldn't be safe passage there. But at the time the request was made, what we said, and is true, is that we would need to move from another location. We would have to pull from another location to place safe passages there. That would be the reality. And based upon the data of what we're seeing in Congress Heights or Petworth or the priority areas, it wouldn't have matched the need to pull in. So we certainly don't say there aren't other resources that may be needed. Certainly one of the things, right, like because we recognize things happening around the metro is why you saw MPD doing the overtime with WMATA to make sure that some of the metro stops where we did see like Congress Heights or other areas activity, whatever time it is, that there's a police presence there, because we also are very invested in making sure we have the right resource. And it's not all police, it's there's a dosing issue here, like diagnosis and dosing. What types of activity are we seeing and what's the right intervention? So that's really why. So this is a regular evaluation process. Like we said, we're in that process right now of really looking at the data. I was just looking at our dashboards to see, like, are these still the right priority areas? What is the right levels of staffing? Can we get more, because we are looking across our continuum, are there ways in which we can utilize more of our credible contact continuum to get a little bit larger of a footprint.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify about the recurring dollars conversation, I am a huge supporter and believer, of course, we should be using all of our federal dollars. The concern is not that we're using ARPA for this purpose. It's just that the one-time funding and making sure that we're building a pipeline, and as people are considering these jobs or considering this type of program, want to make sure that they have the assurance that it's not just a one-year situation.
We are very, very committed and have been, if you think about it, over time to prevention space, and that does not change. And even to the point where we're like looking at, you know, we do fiscal year granting. Is that the right, is for these spaces, is there another model, right? Like, we're doing all of that level of evaluation because we recognize we are looking for continuity across our continuum, and it's important that we're investing and granting in the right way.
Thank you. So administration of the Safe Passage program is going to continue to require regular engagement with our school communities and students who are in these priority areas. So with this shift, how are you preparing for engagement with students and communities? Is that something that you're currently doing in a formalized way, or will this be a new type of engagement for your cluster?
So we are doing that in a formalized way currently. Like I said, we provide operational support. And what that looks like is we actually, when we were able to meet DMPSJ and DME with schools back in October, one of the things, actually it was a little bit earlier, but we heard schools saying we need more communication. And so DMPSJ worked with DME and our providers and our law enforcement entities from WMATA to MPD to DCPS police on a communication protocol, like a formal protocol, like we need processes and formal protocols. And so we've been had that in place for a while where, again, it's a bit of a split responsibility because right now we recognize that contractually DME is the primary administrator of this program on that side of the house, but operationally we know a lot of the VIs and others. And so we have that formal communication protocol, which allows us to communicate at different levels with schools at different intervals with different partners. And so that's all written out and we're happy to share.
Okay. And in terms of the kind of weekly check-ins that for the Safe Passage priority area calls with school leadership, that's currently something that DME hosts. Is that something that you are going to be taking over coordinating on a weekly basis?
So we'll take over coordination, but DME that's the deputy mayor for education. And so there's very little within our space where it's like, when we say that we continue and will continue to be partners, we really mean that, right? Like that the deputy mayor for education, that's our education system. And so regardless of who hosts, like now we participate in those calls, we're going to continue to work together. We just believe that given that prevention work and the whole continuum from prevention on through of our violence reduction efforts lives in public safety, that this will help to create administrative and operational streamlinedness and clarity. But it doesn't mean that we won't continue to work very closely with the deputy mayor for education.
Okay, thank you. And, I'm appreciative of your focus on data and streamlining these issues. Will you all have access to DCPS and public charter school data in the same manner as DME, or is that piece of it still going to be administered by DME?
That piece we're working on how that works. We've already started meeting with OSSE, DCPS, DME, because there's a significant amount of data that we do currently have, right? Like that based on incidents around schools. And so we're working on the next level, which would be incidents in school. And so we've already started the work of how do we best get that? What do we really need to be tracking that will help us? And so again, DME is our partner in that. And so to the extent there's access issues or otherwise, like we're sorting through that already as we speak.
Okay. Thank you. So it looks like you're hiring just one staffer to run Safe Passage. Can one person have the breadth of experience and bandwidth to run this whole program, or how are you going to make sure that there's no lags in service through this transition?
Yeah, so what we're doing is, it's not necessarily one staffer to run it, right? Like, so we are going to be, the money is coming to DMPSJ, and then we'll be doing MOUing it over to OVSJG to do the granting as our administrative partner, which we do for a lot of things, because OVSJG has already, quite frankly, has school year grant structures in place through Stand Up, Stand Out, which is the truancy program. And what OVSJG will say to you is they are excellent at granting, and we agree. Right. So we've already started the work with them. They're meeting with DME. We've met with them to put the RFA out in relatively short order that will allow the administrative side. The operational side, we already have staff currently who work on this, right? Like in our office. So we get an additional staff who will help support it, who will help support operationally. But again, a lot of what's going on is we work with our community-based organizations, right? And their supervisors. And so we believe with the staff we have in place, plus with an additional staff, and with a lot of the heavy lift, I think that DME, a lot of that FTE they have was in out of school time grants was on the granting side. Then we're sort of kind of have more resources available because OVSJG is so expert at the actual financial and grant administration. That allows us really to focus on the operational and programmatic oversight.
Right. Thank you. And in terms of the Safe Spots program, which partners with businesses, organizations, and faith-based organizations to provide students with access as a safe space during their commute to and from school, how are you and DME planning for a soft handoff to these cultivated relationships between business and community partners? And how are you going to ensure that Safe Spots participants know that the administrating agency has changed? And if they're, in future referrals will be referred to you?
It's the same sort of transition. I mean, like I said, because of our partnership now that we would do for any sort of change, right? Like the type of meetings we have with schools, with school community, with school leaders, we'll have with our Safe Spots our Safe Spots providers, so they know it, right? Like it doesn't, quite frankly, what we have found is it matters less to the community, whether it's DME or DMPSJ. They want to know who should they be contacting, who is the person who's going to support and help. And so what we're focused on, whether it's schools or our community-based organizations or kids or families or otherwise, is really doing that work of helping them to know this is the person you can contact. And so whether it's DME after the name or DMPSJ, the relationships are ones where what you'll find, we're in public safety and justice, and it's never like these sharp, rigid lines of DME has relationships with these community-based organizations. DME only has relationships with these businesses. Of course, because of the work we do, we all do. And so we'll continue to do the work of being very clear about who people can contact, because I think that's their most primary concern is who should we contact versus is Hillary in DME's office or Jasmine in DMPSJ? It's who's the person we should contact.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you about some of the bigger budget issues related to other agencies under your purview. And I imagine the mayor has consulted with you on some of the bigger public safety themes in this budget that I know is a big focus to all of us. First is the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, and we're seeing some significant cuts in this budget. In particular, we heard from Natalia Otero about the significant cuts to domestic violence prevention programs, which are a real serious concern to me as their caseload has skyrocketed during the pandemic. How is this budget proposal going to protect district residents from domestic violence? And we'll stop there.
Yeah, so one of the things that the mayor will say and that we all engaged in, the reality is that we have I think she's been very sort of public about this. We had a $1.7 billion budget gap to make up towards the end. And we really needed to do the work of looking at where are we and right size our investments, because when we do the $100 game at the budget engagement forums, we don't have the capacity right now to just create more funds. And so our investments, we believe that they're all important, and there's no investment that's ever been made at OVSJG or any of our other agencies that we don't believe is critical. But we also recognize that we had to take a hard look at how do we right size from where we were pre-pandemic to what were very, very significant increases over the pandemic period. Realizing that some of our federal investments are coming to an end, that our downtown is not generating the type of economic income that helps us to be able to support at the levels we were before. So what we did is look at programs, look at staff, look at budget levels before the pandemic. And one of the things that's true is that OVSJG, I think, went, I don't want to speak, they are one of the agencies that I believe doubled from their FY20 through FY22 budgets. And so it was very fortunate because of the influx of federal dollars that we were in a position to make sure that we were able to support during an extremely challenging time our residents. But what we also know in the district is that we have to be efficient and also looking at what sort of supports do we have across government, right? Because domestic violence is an important issue to all of us. And so we have supports in DHS, in DBH, right? In our other agencies, because what we have is when you have as much financial, honestly, wealth that we had, we were in a position to start many programs. And oftentimes what was critical to us looking at here is what is available across the spaces, what are the right funding levels, and how do we make sure that we are funding priorities across the board with the resources that we have. And so certainly, right, like we would love to be able to continue the levels of funding that we have across government for all of these critical and vital programs, but we did have to make hard decisions. And that meant, like, again, as I said, looking at pre-pandemic levels and then looking where we might have some duplication of effort. And are there ways, are we ensuring that we're maximizing all of our programs, both in OVSJG, but also in our health and human service space as well, where that is one of the largest sort of percentage of our investments is in that space. And so that's where we landed.
Okay. And, I hear you that in looking at the whole budget, some difficult choices had to be made. And I'm similarly very concerned about the access to justice funding. And I think that these funds for access to justice and domestic violence and other issues for victim services are not only important to provide that funding, but it's kind of like preventative healthcare thinking of, if our goal, and I know our goal is to reduce homicides and improve public safety, if we're not supporting victims when there's one instance that might lead in the future to a more violent or fatal outcome, then it plays a deep role in our public safety toolkit. And so I just want to make sure that we are treating it that way.
Yeah.
As we know that with homicides, especially in domestic violence space, some of them aren't always listed or counted as intimate partner violence, because it might be, one or two steps away as well. If somebody is in a fight with somebody's ex-partner, it's kind of within the intimate partner space. And so it's so important, I think, at driving down these homicide rates.
Absolutely. And so one of the things that I'll say is that OVSJG is an important part of our ecosystem, but again, not the only tool that we have in which to address many of these issues. That as a government, it's our responsibility to address domestic violence in our human service space or otherwise, and fundamental to the work that we do. And so it's important to us to work with community-based organizations. But when we say that it's a back to basics of really looking at the core responsibilities we have as a government, it's our responsibility to work with Office of Human Rights, to work in our MPD space, to work in our behavioral health space, to work in our DHS space, to make sure everybody's working to capacity with our core responsibilities while also partnering with external providers. With domestic violence, one of the things are fatality reviews. We now have domestic violence fatality review as one of the fatality review committees, and we have more robust fatality reviews than any other jurisdiction in the country. That's a fact. What we have is, quite frankly, a set of recommendations that really can help us drive down across, whether it's child fatality, domestic violence, violence fatality generally, we have sets of recommendations given to us on an annual basis, and more so when we ask from OCME, and it's our job to make sure we're doing them, right? So it's not just the work of let's now only work with with external partners, but also many of the recommendations are internal government operations recommendations that we can make. And so it's my responsibility, particularly, to make sure that we're doing that, because that's public health as well and preventative. And so I say that there. So. Oh, and on access to justice, I'll say this. One of the things we absolutely recognize the critical importance of keeping people in their homes. When we were looking at, I mean, that was an area where there was significant increase during the federal dollars during the pandemic, because many people were not working, right? Like in fact, that the risk of people losing their access to housing was a very real one. And we were very invested, whether it was an ERAP or otherwise, in making sure that people were able to remain safe at home while they weren't employed. And so one of the things we have to look at is what our unemployment rates are now. We have significantly one of the lowest, we have relatively low unemployment rates, including east of the river in Ward 7 and 8. And so we know people are working. So we now have to look at the levels of support that are, again, consistent with where we are versus where we were. And so that's some of what we really had to look at is why investments went up that way, and also making sure that we're investing in affordable housing, right? So that we're not only looking at how we support external entities and keeping people from being evicted, but we're making sure that we have affordable housing for people. So those were some of the types of considerations we were looking at in the budgets we put forth.
Thank you. And kind of moving back to things within your cluster, I'm referencing, a larger conversation of some of your economic considerations of the budget. So for the ONSE office, they're losing $5 million or 14% of their budget in this proposal. Can you walk us through your view of those changes? And I'll note, kind of as a separate matter, I have heard from a number of people that the office has sharply pulled back on some of its operations while the executive takes a closer look at the agency's function. Are we doing anything to ensure that there's a continuity in services while this happens? But first to the funding piece.
Sure, and I know Director Harley Harper will speak more to this, but on the funding side, again, when we talk about an agency, ONSE is an agency that's 5 years old. And in that 5 years, right, like again, between FY20 and FY22, the increases in the budget and also their staffing was substantial. And that's great. And we think that's important. We believe in prevention. But one of the things that's also critical is that we have an infrastructure to support that. And in a new agency, there are some critical roles that need to be filled in order to make sure that we're spending that we're being good stewards of our financial resources, our human resources, and otherwise. That's what we've been doing right now and what Director Harley Harper has been focused on, because I'm a very forthcoming person. One of the things that you will hear if community was coming today is that there wasn't as much clarity on how grants were being administered, and that they weren't necessarily seeing in their community some of the violence interrupters. And we know many are wonderful in doing work, but we need to make sure that at this point and where we are 5 years in, that we have structures that are financially trued up, right? Because it's wonderful to infuse agencies with money, but it's very difficult if they don't have the infrastructure, a chief operating officer, an agency fiscal officer, a general counsel, right? These are the positions right now that Director Harley Harper is filling, and that, we're not in the agency before. So we appreciate the work that has been done, but we are a government and we are accountable to our residents, both financially and also operationally. And so that, in looking across, quite frankly, ONSE's ability to move money out the door, there's a pressure sometimes that comes with more funds you have to move money out the door. And that does not always result in greater impact for community or in our ability to be appropriately accountable for the funds we're moving out the door, and we need to be. And so we looked at very closely at what was ONSE's budget just 2 or 3 years ago, right? What are the core functions of the agency, again, that they must be excellent at, not keep growing, but fundamentally, what are their core functions, and how can we pour into that in a way that will allow us to get the impact that we must in violence prevention? So that was the evaluation there, and how we came to the budget proposal we did. When it comes to continuity of services, we are very invested. We have the eyes out, right? But we do this on a grant base, primarily, particularly in our BI space, we do a lot of granting. And again, it's important before just moving grant dollars out that there's clarity of what's going out the door, what's the expectation across the board, right? Like, do we have the right structures? And so Director Harley Harper very wisely has come in February and said, let's take a look at this, right? Because when it comes to continuity of service, we are making sure that we continue to have BIs working or otherwise, but we need to make sure they're working. And that's what she wants to make sure, that we're not just paying, and that we're hearing from community. And we have heard this, well, we don't see your people, right? Like, we don't see them out here. Well, we want to make sure that whatever the district, because this is your tax money as district residents, that we're using it responsibly to actually get impact. And in a space like gun violence, where we are in our city, it is deeply important that we're getting impact and that we're not being a part of the problem.
Thank you. I look forward to talking with Director Harley Harper as well about some of this. So in terms of the Metropolitan Police Department, as you know, I'm very committed to working with you all and finding innovative approaches to improve our hiring and retention. Are there other ideas that you've heard that aren't in this budget proposal that you think are worth exploring? You talked about the increase in hiring bonuses. I know I'm seeing now a lot of other jurisdictions going to follow our lead with that, which of course could undermine our efforts as using that as incentive. And so just want to get your thoughts on being creative and addressing the hiring challenges we're having at MPD as we try to accomplish our shared goal of refilling up our police department.
Sure. Like, one of the things that MPD does a significant amount of is like surveying, like asking people why they came here, right? Like, why are you here? Like, why do you want to come and work in this police department? Because in a time where supply far exceeds the demand, right? Like, or the supply is, right, like, we're all competing, and we recognize that people are like, well, you can't just, we're not going to money our way out of it, right? Like, this will be like a sort of like race who can give the most. That isn't what we're looking at, and that is not what we're doing, right? In some of the surveying, because we have to, because we want to capitalize on that which is important to people applying specifically to the Metropolitan Police Department. Certainly money is one of the things, so that's what you see. But there are also things that make it unique. They're the opportunities to work in specialized units or otherwise. The reason that matters, which is very unique to the district, there are some things that about being the capital city that there's opportunities that other places just can't provide. And so the reason I'm talking about those type of things is because we're figuring out, okay, well, how do we capitalize on that? How do we then position and when we're recruiting in a way that allows people to really understand the unique opportunity? And that's part of a process of across the PSJ agencies are looking at, well, what are innovative ways? Why are people wanting to work in public safety, right? We have to ask them and really move in that direction. And so there's the financial piece. You see things like take-home cars. People think those things don't matter, but those proposals come from asking people what attracts them, right? That's some of the MPD recruiting space. We're also, this is a time in which we have to be very forward-thinking and creative in creating pipelines. And so we continue to invest heavily, and we'll start to see next year some of the fruit of our investment in our cadet program, right? Which we have, I think 130 so far recruits in our cadet program, and those are local DC. Those will be police officers that are from the District of Columbia, which we're proud of. And that's why you're seeing us doing similar type of pipeline building in fire and EMS and OUC, right? Like trying to really be creative in both why do people want to come and work in DC in a challenging time in public safety in this space? While the opportunity, the desire to serve, money, right? Like you see us doing our CBAs. We really did need to, that was a large expense across the district, both CBAs and pensions, because that matters as well. So those are some of the things with MPD that we're working, and then really specific and targeted recruiting. You see 30 by 30. If you look at the Metropolitan Police Department, we are, I believe, the most diverse police force by data, because I'm a data person, both racially and also the number of women. And so when it's very important to us to continue. And there are other things we have to look about that, look at that keep retention there. Different types of incentives, childcare incentives, anything you can think of. We are evaluating not just for MPD, but really across the public safety and justice landscape.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that. And I'll just note here on a kind of a slightly different note that my bill, the Recovery Act, which is really aimed at reimagining downtown, also has a provision for safety grants that community organizations or our main streets or our business improvement districts will be able to apply to DMPSJ directly to use these grants. And I think this could be a really helpful supplementation, not a supplantation of the efforts of MPD in our business corridors, where in some communities we just need more eyes on the ground, and they could use that money for private security or more lighting, and trying to think outside the box and how we can meet the current needs while we also try to build up our pipeline, I think is going to be really important this year. Okay, I want to ask for your thoughts on the Budget Support Act subtitle regarding school resource officers.
Yes. Just generally, well, so here's, we've been very clear that school resource from the beginning, that we believe very firmly that it's important that we maintain our school safety division, which includes our school resource officers. We've made, I believe last year we made a BSA proposal to reverse the drawdown. And I think it becomes even more, and at that point in time, when we proposed that, we polled schools then to see, and just as expected, schools loved their SROs and really wanted the return. Well, we continue to hear that drumbeat across the city, right? That when we track incidents or otherwise, there are principals who say they were very supportive of the drawdown, who now are like, we see the impact of the loss of our SRO. We also do things and have pulled the data on things like calls to MPD. It was said that the point of removing SROs was to reduce police interaction with young people. That isn't what's happening. Schools now have to call the Metropolitan Police Department, because right now, as we work to stabilize behavior after the pandemic, it's in a place where schools still need the support of the Metropolitan Police Department. So what's happening is patrol officers are being called. So it's not reducing contact with MPD, if that was which was the intent. It is now making patrol, who don't have the same relationship. And oftentimes what we hear from schools is SROs know their community. They know the young people. So oftentimes they're able to just calm a situation down without having to call in a patrol officer who doesn't have that, and who's the tools in the patrol officer's toolkit are arrest, right? I mean, that's really what a patrol, if you call MPD, you're going to get on a 911 response, which we still want in emergencies. But the loss of that relationship, and also the level of information, SROs know not just what's happening in school community, but also the community around, right? And they are a critical part of this framework of school safety. The lack of that, it's people are like, well, what's the alternative? There's not a good alternative. Like it's not that we haven't tried with OLAR or Safe Passages, or DCPS has their own police force to sort of, we're creating all these things to replace what worked, which is school resource officers, right? And so in our efforts to continue to be responsive to what our school community and our young people are asking for across the city, we have proposed the reversal of the drawdown. And we recognize, people talk about the numbers. Of course, MPD staffing is is where it is. We've talked about that, right? Like that it's going to take us time to get back. But reversing this allows us the flexibility and allows the chief the flexibility to say, hey, we do need some more SROs there. And so let's think of a creative way to recruit that, whether senior officers or otherwise, to help maybe some of our SROs want to come back who retired, because for many of them, or not many, but there are a number who retired after because they loved being an SRO and that's why they stayed, right? Like they stayed in the metropolitan. And then when, we had to draw down, we're not interested in continuing. So it gives us the flexibility to say, hey, this is vital. Let's get these numbers where they need to be.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that perspective. And as you know, I did not support the drawdown when that passed. And I was going to ask you about the numbers, and because this budget only provides for 40, I believe, just want to make sure that we have your commitment and Chief Conti's commitment to continue to work towards ensuring that our school communities have the SROs that they need.
You have our commitment.
So another Budget Support Act subtitle that you mentioned in your opening is the sunsetting of the Criminal Code Reform Commission. I am concerned about this move. I think, as your testimony suggests, everyone, including the mayor, agrees that it's important that we look for a path forward with a pared back version of the Criminal Code reform. But because it did not pass, by nature of that, the work of the Reform Commission is not done. It's going to involve a lot of work, and the commission has expertise on this. And so can we really say with a straight face that the work of the commission is complete?
We can, right? Like, so one of the things, I'm a lawyer, right? We looked at is what was the intent of the RC, of the creation of the Criminal Code Reform Commission. And it was to make recommendations on the update of the criminal code at whatever level. What they have provided since 2016 and when they provided their recommendations in 2021 was what they have arrived at as the set of recommendations for changes to the code. That was their job. They then proposed the piece of legislation, but their job was to make recommendations, which they did. That they have fulfilled their statutory obligation and responsibility. Where we got to was the result of a legislative process, which is a process that is conducted by the executive and the legislative, right? And the fact that we weren't able to get to a place where we agreed on a bill that could pass does not mean that the recommendations of the Criminal Code Reform Commission altered, because after we didn't then bring them back in to do new recommendations to mediate between the legislator or the executive. That wasn't their role. Their statutory role was to make recommendations. They made comprehensive recommendations on what they believed, right? Like, and what they thought was appropriate. We can't defer the responsibility of policymaking to a commission. They made the recommendations. It's now on us as the executive and the legislative branch to arrive at a piece of legislation. So unless there's an alteration in what the actual function or otherwise of the commission was, then it's not clear what the continued statutory responsibility is. We haven't gone back to them to say, make new recommendations, because their recommendations, quite frankly, were robust. Were extremely robust, and as they said, done over time or otherwise.
Right.
The legislative process is where we arrived at a potential an impasse.
So I would say I have gone back to them on a number of occasions where they have been extremely helpful in thinking through the impacts of the entire code. So for example, if we're saying, okay, maybe the penalties need to be higher for robbery, and there's a associated penalty included in a set of recommendations, they're helpful to say, hey, you're now saying that it's a higher penalty for robbery than it is for first degree murder. And so
but
it's not aligned with our mission as a city to have a series of provisions in our criminal code that have ordinal consequences. And so I think I am certainly not suggesting that the commission or any commission takes the place of lawmakers. That's our job. But they are very useful experts in thinking through what policy outcomes we would like to see and what ramifications that would have in the entirety of the code. Because the whole reason we got into this mess over the last 120 years is because all changes to the code were not being done in a holistic fashion. They were being done with, layered on top of trying to address concerns as they arose. And so that's my concern here. It's not because we need them to write the law and take the place of our jobs, but we need their expertise to think about how we can accomplish our policy goals within the larger framework of a clear and concise and consistent code.
So I don't necessarily, I understand that. I think wholesale, right, like that, because of the time they've spent, they certainly have an expertise based upon the amount of time they've spent there. But regularly in the District of Columbia, we make statutory changes, and we have a whole host of attorneys it is their job to advise us, from legal counsel division at OAG, who is in essence supposed to do that very job of looking at these type of implications, to council having their set of legislative attorneys or otherwise, to us, to the executive having mayor's office of legal counsel, general counsel's office. So if what you're saying is that the RCCA is now supplanting all of that host of what is the apparatus for all other parts of how we do legislative and legal changes to other parts of our codes every day, our civil code, our juvenile codes, or otherwise, then that's one thing. But in terms of what it was our understanding of the intent of the commission, is they have produced the recommendations. There may be new things that people want them to do, but from our reading in the executive, what their statutory obligation or otherwise or grant was at the beginning, they've made those recommendations. What you may be saying is that we like the idea, or that you all have a different idea about how we do statutory changes, but that would be true truly across how we do statutory changes, because we regularly change all parts of the District of Columbia law, and that leads to inconsistencies. But that's kind of at times, but that's kind of on us as attorneys. No, I'm not in legal services. Maybe I'm just saying, like, right, from our perspective. I would say then one of the things that the executive would say is that we have to look at composition as well too. As if it is now speaking on behalf of us, then the executive, certainly as a non-voting member or otherwise, that raises some concerns.
Fair enough. And I'm open to looking at composition. I think that that's a interesting and fair proposal to make sure that there are, accurate representation of each of the branches. But I think, even putting aside the adult offenses for the criminal code, I mean, there are other things that we were hoping that they could take a look at. We have traffic offense issues that are a mess that we could use their help with. We have corruption issues that haven't been addressed. And so having a commission who's responsible for studying these things, again, and I want to be very specific, because I said specifically, this is not meaning to supplant. And then you said, I don't know if you're meaning to supplant, that this is not supplanting all of our staff and all of those important roles that accomplish advisory work and policy research. But this commission, because of the importance of our criminal system and our laws more broadly, it is a useful function to take a look at those things at a macro level, to have the time and space to study how other jurisdictions are doing it, how it's going to interrelate to federal law. So we can move on from there, but I'm concerned about that. I want to touch briefly on the local control of parole, which is an important piece of the puzzle of public safety. And it hasn't really moved anywhere. And I know you weren't heading this agency last year, but I do want to get your thoughts on the study your office commissioned last summer on local control of parole. It's my understanding that your office contracted with the CNA Corporation for a study. What is the status of that study? Have they produced a written product? And does this study represent anything new in our exploration of local control?
So I have to get the status from OCP on that. That was the last deliverable, and they were in some sort of discussion. So, but during that process, what we did, and I was very aware of what was going on, was we did work with CNA was project manager. There were people who we believe are local experts who made recommendations, right? They made recommendations of various structures. And the reason we didn't get a lot of traction is because, as is often the case in our system, people have very differing ideas about what should be the final outcome. And so there was a proposal made of a couple of different options. We did it in CJCC, and really there was significant disagreement on what path should be taken, which left us in the executive. Our goal was to try and move things forward, but we also understand that the courts and the judiciary and also legislative branch and council we kind of have to get on the same page, which is not always our strongest of suits. And so when people say it stalled, we became kind of stuck in an impasse of what the proper structure is, and that if we proceeded with just picked one, the executive can't just pick one, right? Because there needs to be legislation and others otherwise. So we took the role of trying to move the ball down the field, but where we left it is there was stark disagreement, and strong opinions from the defense side, from the courts, and from others that left us in a position of, well, we can't just move a model forward that council can't support necessarily, because a lot of the stakeholders are in stark disagreement. That is what happened. In a very honest, in an honest fashion here, is that we hit that impasse of, well, if we just pick one, where do we, how does that work when people really, really vehemently have kind of different opinions on it?
Got it. Okay, thank you. Well, I look forward to working with you on that issue as we, need statehood, and we'll continue fighting for that. But in the meantime, there's interim steps that we can and need to be taking to have more control over our criminal justice system. So appreciate your partnership there. So that concludes my questions for you, Deputy Mayor, and I want to thank you for all of your work as you've come into head this cluster and in this very difficult environment right now that we're seeing. And I am excited about some of the lens through which you're viewing these issues in making sure that we're being sensible and that we are filling gaps and holes that may be in existence now, because something's got to change. And there's a lot of good and hard work going on across district government and with community groups, but we need to ensure that we are making an improvement of public safety, which is the most pressing thing on the minds of district residents right now, as you know. So thank you so much for your leadership and your partnership in this work. And I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or want to touch on something we hadn't talked about today.
No, I just, it is a challenging time, but I continue to say, and will always say, I feel deeply privileged to sit in this seat at this time. That you've seen our agencies in here, and they represent literally, thousands of deeply, deeply committed public servants who are in a space that's challenging, but they're showing up every day, all day, different times of night, to do the work, and to because we're all committed to making sure that all our residents and visitors aren't just safe, right? Which is so fundamental, but are really able to thrive. And so I would be remiss if I didn't say that I appreciate all of their hard work and commitment in challenging times in a challenging space. And so thank you. And thank you for your partnership. I look forward to working together with your office on this budget and on all these different issues.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We are going to turn now to the final agency on our agenda today, or for the first part of today, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And we're going to start with public witnesses. We only have one public witness for the ONSE office, Roger Marmet from Peace for DC. I'll give him a moment to become a panelist. Great. Welcome back, Roger. Hi, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much. As a city, we've got to stop saying that crime is well below historical highs of over 30 years ago in a previous century. That's the wrong metric. We've got to talk about the here and now. And As you've said, council member, we are in a deep crisis. And as you've heard from terrified panelists in just one neighborhood on the last panel, nothing is more important than solving this. But with violence that's well above pre-pandemic levels and funding that dials investments back to pre-pandemic levels, we will not make progress. Dramatic reductions in funding for violence intervention and the gutting of 30% of the headcount at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement doesn't allow us to build an effective and efficient system of community violence intervention and optimize our public health approach to reducing violence in the here and now. It also doesn't allow us to implement the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform's strategic plan that came out about a year ago and was embraced in council hearings in December by the executive. Recommendation 14 of that plan called for a senior government official to, quote, lead, manage, oversee the implementation of all aspects of this plan. That appeared to finally happen in February when Director Harley Harper took on a dual role, both the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. But just a month later, we saw the budget that took away the resources that would allow us to implement the plan. And oddly enough, in your last hearing talking about safe passage, we violated the spirit of that one recommendation that said put everything under one shop and taken safe passage not to the agency which oversees violence interrupters or the ONSE leadership academies, but to a deputy mayor's office that doesn't run programmatic efforts. But I digress. The real issue is about the budget. If these ONSE cuts stand, we're doomed to failure at implementing the plan. I've talked to many council members, and including the council chair. I don't know the ins and outs of finding the funding. Everyone says that. But what's particularly frustrating this year is the removal of previously committed and free to the city ARPA funding. In the ONSE budget alone, over $2 million. Why take that away? Specifically when it was encouraged for community violence intervention. And where did it go? Well, nearly 32 million went to the Troubled Housing Production Trust Fund, but over 102 million went to an unplanned ARPA expenditure titled Critical Government Services. What I do know with personal experience and with a booming effort to bring private philanthropic dollars to help the city solve this is that there is no more critical government service than gun violence prevention and community violence intervention. When we arrest only 50% or so of homicide suspects and somewhere in the 20s of assault with a deadly weapon, what do we do the rest of the time? Just watch the cycle continue? That's what community violence intervention can do. That's what it's done in other cities. And as we build a robust plan and Director Harley Harper puts together the framework and infrastructure for a robust, well-evaluated, well-implemented community violence intervention effort to get us a homicide rate closer to Boston or New York's, where ours is today 5 or 6 times those cities. It will take all of us. It will take a restoration of the funding for the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement. It will take a lot more to give everyone a fair shot at a long and healthy life. So thank you for hearing my testimony, council member.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Roger. I really appreciate you being here twice today and for all of your work. Peace for DC. I think it's so important and so important to double down on making sure that we are listening to our community of the various ways and approaches that are going to be effective at intervention. And so I thank you for your leadership and commitment to this work.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And good luck with the rest of the budget cycle, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, great. And I will be sure to ask Director Harley Harper about some of this right now. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So we are going to turn to Linda Harley Harper, the Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Welcome, Director. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses. So if you can take yourself off mute and raise your right hand, and if you have anyone else on your team who will be participating, I'll ask that you do the same. You can take yourself off mute. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. All right. So Director, if you have any opening statement, feel free to go ahead. You're muted, Director.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Linda Karen Harley Harper, and I have the privilege and honor of serving as the Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I am here today to discuss the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. I am joined today by Quelly Sneed, who has been serving as a senior advisor to me during this transition phase, excuse me, and Julia Irvin, who has been hired as Deputy Director of Community and Government Relations. I am also joined by Anthony Awobi from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 Fair Shop budget comes at a critical time in our city. We are facing concerning incidents of crime and violence and the overall long-term impacts of the global COVID-19 pandemic. It has been a tough budget year, and every director hates to lose FTEs and dollars, but we are very cognizant of the current economic environment. The ONSE is prepared to contribute to balancing the budget while still effectively and positively impacting public safety. The ONSE budget reflects a reduction of 19 FTEs. The timing of this budget formulation and my start as the director of ONSE further complicates matters as it relates to budget decisions and understanding impacts. However, we will become leaner and stronger. To the ONSE employees, I want to just say that to the amazing ONSE employees that we have on our staff, I'm so honored to be able to lead them and to get to know them better and to learn about their commitment to this work. And I appreciate that they have been supporting me. And for those who are supporting me virtually today, I would like to say it's been my pleasure to get to know you all and work with you over the last 8 weeks and lead the ONSE agency. As we work together, we know there are tough decisions ahead as we are working to move from good to great. My ONSE OGVP unified leadership role reflects an improved coordination between policy and practice for violence prevention in our city. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is focused on national and local gun violence policy and prevention, managing and leading the coordination of a whole of government public health approach, and serving as a centralized data hub for related data, statistics, evaluations, and assessments. The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement serves as the direct care and practice in the space of gun violence prevention by directly serving those residents most at risk of becoming perpetrators or victims of gun violence. The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is now 5 years old and has grown exponentially during that time. I refer to this time at ONSE as ONSE 3.0, acknowledging that this is a new chapter of an agency that continues to build and improve by right-sizing and better streamlining itself to refocus on the agency's core mission, which is violence prevention. Over the past 8 weeks, we have been laser focused on assessing the internal strengths and needs of the ONSE agency from top to bottom, including a complete review of the operations, including policies and standard operating procedures. We are reviewing opportunities to strengthen the internal infrastructure of the agency, to streamline operations. And through all of this, and most importantly, we want to ensure that we are being good stewards of public dollars. We are participating in community listening sessions with various stakeholder groups, hearing and meeting with council members and AMCs, learning who are the ONSE staff and getting to know them better, and strengthening and developing partnerships both internal and external to government. Over the past 2 terms, Mayor Bowser has made historic-sized investments in gun violence prevention efforts to meet the financial, health, education, and housing needs of those who need them the most and who are most at risk. Over the past 5 years, the ONSE budget has grown quickly from $5 million to $39 million. The modest decreases in the mayor's proposed 2024 ONSE budget can be absorbed by streamlining operations and refocusing the agency's efforts on our mission and reimagining the work efforts and outputs of the programs operated by the ONSE. We can become leaner, stronger, and more efficient and effective. For example, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention has become the data hub for all violence-related data. Through partnership and collaboration, we are able to ensure that all decision-making at ONSE is data and evidence-informed and driven. OGVP is able to provide technical support to the ONSE on data collection, data analysis, and evaluation. I'm very proud of the new OGVP website, and I want to encourage our residents to go to our website to learn more about the statistics and how we are working to combat gun violence. Over the next several months, our focus will be on transparency, accountability, and building community trust, and always with a background on public safety and violence prevention. We will ensure a fair and transparent processes for all partnership opportunities, grants, and contracts, while also monitoring and ensuring that the district government is receiving high-quality service delivery. We will be working with community and faith-based stakeholders and local and national experts to review the community violence intervention model and taking lessons learned since inception, as well as best practices around the country to give new and improved structure to our efforts. We will be working in partnership with Drs. Joseph Richardson and Daniel Webster and the Office of the Attorney General to fully evaluate the city's community violence intervention work to date. The evaluation is funded by Arnold Ventures and will serve as a foundation as we create an improved CVI model. Excuse me 1 second, please. Excuse me. We will be working with the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform as they update and identify the people of promise that should receive intentional and focused engagement efforts and service connections. We will be working with NICJR to manage the ongoing citywide gun violence prevention strategy, and we will be developing and improving our internal processes to streamline efforts and maximize timely and positive outcomes for residents. We will be improving our agency visibility within communities and consistently work to improve responsiveness to resident concerns and challenges. And we will move towards consistent communication of one's efforts within the community through maintaining an updated website and various media outlets and channels. I fully understand the important role that the ONSE plays in providing a non-law enforcement and public health approach to preventing gun violence. At this point, we are all traumatized by the harmful behaviors and actions of some in our communities. I am fully committed to ensuring that the ONSE is on mission in our efforts and consistent and consistent in our performance improvement processes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director. All right, let's start by unpacking some of the cuts in your agency's budget. So first, the proposed budget includes a $3.5 million cut to the Violence Intervention Initiative, taking it from nearly 19 million to a little over 15 million. My understanding is that ONSE doesn't actually plan to eliminate any violence intervention priority neighborhoods due to account for this reduction, but how do you expect to continue the same level of programming with a budget that's close to 20% smaller?
So I'll start. So part of the assessment of the violence prevention work and intervention work that we do is going to be to look at the communities that have been identified as priority communities. Those priority communities that we have been serving, many of them have been, we need to do a total review of the priority communities and make sure that we are in the right spaces. It may be time to shift. We know that crime moves. We know that we have communities that are in need that have not been identified as priority communities. And we also know that there are communities that have realized some reductions. And we also know that just because it's the way that we have always done it, doesn't mean that it's the way that we continue to do it. It's been 5 years now, and it's a great time for us to really reassess how we're looking at the work. Because when there is a shooting that happens outside of a priority community, we cannot ignore it. We have to continue to serve the entire city. And so that is my thinking. Under the last leadership, I can acknowledge that a floating team was created to help with the citywide efforts, but I also think that we can do more. And so I'm happy to expand upon the good work that's already been done by the directors before me as we continue to strengthen our efforts in the community.
Okay, so is it accurate to say then that we cannot say with assurances that no service areas will be cut? You're taking a broad look at what the needs are and going to reassess?
You were breaking up a little bit for me. Could you repeat your question?
Sure, let me try to reconnect to the internet. Can you hear me clearly?
I do.
Okay. I was saying, is it accurate then to say that we cannot say with assurances that every service area will be maintained? You're taking a broad look at what the needs are and going to continue assessment?
Absolutely. And that is with or without budget cuts. We want to look at whether or not we are in the right areas and reassess everything to make sure that we are maximizing the resources that we have to meet the needs of the work that we have to do across the entire city.
Okay. And in your dual role with the Office of Gun Violence and Prevention, are you, in terms of the budget, how are you thinking about the budget of that office as it relates to the budget of ONSE office, if at all?
Yeah, so they're very separate offices. We have little to no budget change for OGVP. It's sort of I think of it as the think tank for the gun violence prevention efforts for the city. And so through the dual leadership, we're able to have a really seamless effort from OGVP to help the ONSE office and support the ONSE office in making data-informed decisions.
And operationally then, you think they're completely separate offices?
They are completely separate, and we are working very closely together in partnership.
Do you think that there would be any benefits of not just with you in leading both offices, but in kind of more formally merging the functions?
I think that for right now, the way that it is aligned is perfect. It is an evidence-based approach across the country to have an Office of Gun Violence Prevention at the highest levels of government. And so the OGVP office was intentionally created within the Office of the City Administrator to ensure that we have direct access to the highest decision-making, highest level decision makers in the city. And so it makes sense. I personally would like to leave it there. It was the advocates worked very hard to advocate for that office to be there. And across the country, you'll see other jurisdictions doing the same. And so as the policy office of gun violence for our city, I think it's right where it's supposed to be. But I do think that we're able to have a more seamless partnership with unified leadership.
Okay, and then so in practice, do you split your time between those two agencies?
Yes.
And is that an even split, would you say?
No, but what I will say is that not doing it even. I don't even want to say that. But I will say that OGVP is operating very smoothly. We put systems in place. It's been in place for a while, and it operates pretty seamlessly right now. We have a wonderful team in OGVP, and they operate very well, and we are in communication all the time. But I will say my team knows that I'm head down in the ones for right now while I'm working on a smooth transition.
Thank you. The proposed budget also includes reductions for the Pathways Program, Family and Survivor Support, and the Leadership Academy. Can you speak to some of those reductions and what they'll mean in practice? I think Mayor Bowser mentioned as part of her budget presentation that there'll be potential expansions to the Leadership Academy.
Yeah, well, so
Is that a part of your plan, and is it possible given these reductions?
You broke up a little bit again for me. Did it break up for you all too? Okay.
No, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just making sure it's not me.
Yeah, no, it seems to be me. Is this any better?
It is. It is.
Okay.
It broke up a little bit. Could you repeat your question?
Sure. I was asking about the proposed budget cuts to Pathways, Family and Survivor Support, and the Leadership Academy. But I thought that during the mayor's budget presentation, she talked about potential expansions to the Leadership Academy. But is that possible given the reductions in funding here? And what are your plans there?
Yeah, I think we're, as I said, we're assessing everything. But I do think that there is room for us to look at the schools that we're in, look at where the needs are. There is some duplicity that goes on that we might need to talk about as a city. For example, credible messengers from DYRS and VIs and from OLA. The Leadership Academy, both being inside of Kramer, is a perfect example of where we may be able to work with DYRS to make sure we're maximizing the use of our resources. And then perhaps one of us could go to another school. I will say that the OLA program is very highly regarded by the principals, and there is a demand and request for them. And so if there's an opportunity for us to make sure that a school like Kramer remains covered and supported, but we're able to go to another school that has expressed the need for us, then there's an opportunity there for us to do that.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to speaking with you more about that as we move forward. The only program that I'm seeing an increase in this budget is the Housing Assistance Program. And my understanding is that this is a new program that ONSE is working to implement this fiscal year. What's the idea behind this program? Who is it intended to serve? And I believe your performance oversight responses said that it would initially serve Pathways ambassadors and people of promise. Is that the continued plan?
I don't have a plan right now. I'm reviewing it and looking at it. We certainly know that we have Pathways graduates who are in need of housing stability, and there's various options to help and support our Pathways ambassadors in attaining housing stability. I think that we are looking at all of the housing options and looking and reviewing the program as it was originally intended, as well as looking at the budget that we currently have we're currently facing.
Okay, I totally get the, evaluating everything and seeing what the plan is moving forward. But it does seem interesting that this is the one area that has a proposed increase, but doesn't have the plan yet.
I think there is a plan. It's just whether or not it's a plan that under my leadership, I want to implement, frankly. There was a plan that was transitioned as part of looking at everything. We are looking at that as well and looking at the other options.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your testimony that ONSE's proposed budget includes 19 fewer FTEs. That number seems to be moving around a little bit. The budget books the council received from the mayor's team showed a reduction of 31 FTEs. Are we settled on 19 now, or am I misreading that?
I believe so, but let me refer to Ms. Sneed on that.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Yes, it is one of those moving targets. I know that we are also in the process of having a technical correction being made in terms of where the OCFO is in returns. I think it was a 27 FTE technical reduction, correction, sorry, that was going to be made prior to the finalization of the budget. But I think the 19 FTEs that we're specifically referencing has a breakdown of those that include ARPA and local funded positions at this time. Iwobi, would you like to speak a little more to the reduction piece?
Yes, Councilmember Pinto, in addition to what Ms. Welly just said, the agency expects OBPM to submit a letter to the council for the correction. Because I was told that he wouldn't go through the technical correction, but he has to go through the letter from the mayor's office. So when the communication comes out, I will definitely pursue it and make sure that your office gets a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Director, let me ask you the same thing that I asked Deputy Mayor Pia, which is while you are stepping back to evaluate the agency and ensure that you're moving it forward in the best path possible, what are you doing to ensure that ONSE continues throughout that process to offer the vital services that community members are currently counting on? I imagine you've heard some of the same frustration that I've heard with concerns about ensuring that those resources are not slowed down while that work is going on, while simultaneously looking at the big picture and making a game plan moving forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's rumors. We haven't stopped any services at all, but we have slowed down and made sure that all funds that leave the ONSE office are done in appropriate policy and procedure. And so things are changing, which is difficult for people, but it doesn't mean that things have slowed down. I have certainly communicated to the ONSE staff that there's no work stoppage, there's no service stoppage, but that the work is going to continue. Now, I will say that I have put we're not going to, we're assessing how we utilize gift cards and whether or not we're utilizing them in the best way. And so, that's difficult. There was a very large reliance on gift cards in our communities, and just assessing how we are doing it and making sure that we have a policy that is in decency and in order, that follows all of the laws and regulations of the District of Columbia as we distribute funds. So I will say that FSS and the violence intervention work is the work that is the most critical, that happens every single day. And there's nothing that has been slowed down. And in fact, yesterday, following the quadruple shooting that we experienced, I'm very, very pleased about the responsiveness from our contractors and from we were able to collaborate with our internal VIs and really are working that situation to prevent further retaliation in a way that is collaborative and in a way that we have not done in the past. And for example, the actual funeral home where the shooting happened is not in a priority area, but we can't ignore it. We need to bring everyone together to talk about it, because there are various neighborhoods that are involved. And so it's not necessarily where the funeral home is, it's where the decedent was from, who we believe came to shoot, what neighborhood they're from. There's a lot of moving pieces to it that require us to jump in regardless of community and where you're assigned. And so we had a really great, and we have another meeting today, follow up for all of us to work together on these critical issues.
Okay, thank you. I want to look ahead for a moment past this budget year, because over 40% of one's proposed budget is coming from federal ARPA funding, which is great for now, but we're not going to have in fiscal year 2025. So from the executive's perspective, are we looking at trying to replace some of those funds with local dollars in the future, or are a lot of these programs at risk of being cut?
So what I intend to do is to utilize the national and local experts that we have to help assess everything that we're doing. And those things that are working and working well, I intend to recommend to the mayor that we continue them with local dollars. But also I have a responsibility to help as well, right? And so the ONSE office has a fundraising ability that hasn't been utilized yet, and we are looking at how to tap into that. And we recently met with members of the RAG to present various ideas about funding, and we're going to be looking at partnering with philanthropic organizations to seek funding and to look at federal funding as well. In addition, I want to say that in addition to the fundraising, I think that we also, we have the ability to accept fundraising from outside entities. And so I'm definitely going to tap into that in a big way.
Great, thank you so much. I'm thrilled to hear that. I think that's a good potential avenue, and also the federal grant component, especially this allowance for Medicaid dollars. And I know a lot of other states have taken the White House's guidance on that and moved forward. Do you know where we are in that process?
Sure. So we're definitely at the table in that conversation and help to kick it off. Definitely there's a roundtable of folks who are talking about how we can do this and what it would take for the city to have Medicaid dollars cover some of the work of our violence interrupters. Medicaid is not simple, it's complicated. And the most complicated part about it is the billing. And so we are talking about what are the various ways that we can do that so that we do it appropriately, and that we are able to have a system that can uphold it, an audit, right? And that can have checks and balances to make sure that we are never in a position to have to pay back. Our violence interrupters in the community would be very, very new to this. And so we really are looking at all of the Medicaid requirements and crosswalking with the violence interrupter duties and backgrounds, frankly, trainings, certifications, and looking at what Medicaid requires. And looking at how we can support those small grassroots organizations in doing the Medicaid billing. Because there's various ways to do it. We could increase their grants or hire their own Medicaid biller. We could handle the billing at the ONSE office, and there's other options. The hospital-based is a little bit different because they are a little bit more familiar with billing. And so it's not as heavy of a lift for them, but it's still different and new. And so we're talking about how each one of those two buckets of community violence intervention work can be covered by Medicaid dollars.
Okay. Great. Well, that is exciting. Exciting steps forward. And in terms of the grant writing, HCMA did a lot of grant writing work, although much of theirs is through FEMA. But as they get a little more involved in the violence intervention spaces. I wonder if you think from ONSE's perspective, if there would be any value in having a specific grant writing position at HCMA in order to help find and apply for some of these federal or private grants that may be available.
I would say it a little bit differently.
Okay.
I would like to have a grant writer at the ONSE office and work in partnership with HCMA. And HCMA has been an amazing partner to ONSE and OGVP since the inception of the Emergency Operations Center. So this is probably the first time Director Rodriguez is hearing this, but I'm going to be on his line to talk about how we can partner, because there are federal opportunities out there, and we want to make sure that through this, while we're doing this fundraising, that we're submitting quality, competitive proposals.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to working with you both on that. I want to ask you about something that's a little bit outside of ONSE's purview, but that you're familiar with, Director, in your other hat, which is the Building Blocks Mini Grant Program. What's the status of that program, and how does it fit within our ONSE programs currently? And are there any oversight mechanisms that we have in place for these mini grants? There was a recent DCist article that noted out of 162 grants given, 35 grantees have received multiple awards, which means that at least 70 of these grants have gone to repeat recipients. Is that part of the vision moving forward, that someone can kind of demonstrate success and get more of these grants, or are they really intended to be spread farther to more organizations, but at a really small amounts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is something that we've talked about on and on. You know, the Building Blocks grants has been something I think that we have improved upon every single cycle. And we debrief and talk about how we did and what we need to improve. One thing that I will say is that our credible messengers that are in the OGVP office have been trained to be grant monitors. And it is a wonderful lens to evaluate and assess the Building Blocks grants. Their lens about how the grantees are impacting the community is really enlightening, and they're able to speak to how the grantee made the residents feel, how it impacts the community. So absolutely, we have systems in place in OGVP to monitor the grants on a regular basis. The credible messengers are in the community, monitoring the grants, visiting the sites, completing the forms and documentation. One of the big questions is just what you've asked. Will we continue to fund what works? And I think that we have to. I think that, one of the criticisms of Building Blocks has been, once my $5,000 is up, I was just getting cooking, and, the community saying this was great, we need more of this. And so we've put some systems in place to allow not only for Building Blocks grantees to apply repeatedly, but also to be able to access additional dollars if you are financially and programmatically compliant. And so in this latest round, you could get up to $15,000 if you were a returning grantee and you were financially and programmatically compliant with your prior grant. And so, the whole purpose of Building Blocks grants, when I envisioned it, was really to be a teachable opportunity for residents, sort of like a starter for residents to learn how to do the grant process, to see how the grant process works, to make it simple and walk them through it, with the hopes that then it's an intimidating process. You can have an idea about how to end gun violence, but then when you go to look at all the instructions and the directions and all the attachments you need, it gets overwhelming. And we made the Building Blocks process really simple, but also added training to it. We have meetings with all of the grantees from Building Blocks going back to the beginning, and they all come together. And it's really an amazing group of people who are excited about doing community work, and they bounce off ideas of each other, and it's a teachable moment. And so There's so many agencies, as I'm sure you're learning and hearing about in your role. I just heard OAG talking about their grants, DPR has their grants. And what I want to see is some of these folks to apply to other places too, and to feel empowered to go after philanthropic dollars and to be able to go work with other agencies to get grants as well. And so I think that the building blocks is sort of a starter grant. And we are intentionally, we've partnered with Serve DC. We did a training on media communications, just trying to build up those residents who are really interested in serving their communities so that they have the knowledge base and feel comfortable as they advocate for their ideas about how to combat violence in their communities.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's really very helpful to see how you're thinking about that in the big picture. And I'm excited to see a lot of the outcome of your view on how we move forward and how we make sure that some things are streamlined and some things are decentralized. That I think is a continuing need and call for some organizations as well, because the needs are so different in various communities, and how we can get that balance right of having the infrastructure in place in a centralized manner, but then kind of empowering folks to do the work in their own communities. So thank you so much, Director. Thank you and your team for all of your hard work on this budget and your responsiveness to us and in our committee and my team as we move forward. I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or things that you want to share that we didn't get a chance to touch on today.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to say is that, the violence intervention work is very, very challenging. It's not an easy job. It is a really difficult job. And we have some very, very committed persons who are doing it. I think that what we need to improve is the way that we tell our story. And that's something that we're going to focus on. We have individual wins every day. Folks who are attaining GEDs and folks who are passing the fire EMS tests and folks that we are helping to move into apartments and, begin a productive lifestyle. But those stories don't always get told. And so, on social media, when there's a shooting and I see somebody say, where were the violence interrupters? I just want to kind of help the community to kind of understand what their role is, and the fact that, their role is not to jump in front of a bullet, but to be present. And we need to help tell that story more about how they are doing the support that they're doing for those who are most at risk of being perpetrators or victims of gun violence, and how we are working very closely with other sister agencies and a whole of government approach to combat gun violence, and the violence interrupters are just one part of that.
Okay, thank you so much. Absolutely. And I look forward to continuing to work together on this important mission moving forward.
Thank you.
So with that, there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 2:27 p.m. on Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. We are adjourned.